All right, folks, let's get started. We got everybody here. Good morning. Welcome to the Glendale City Council Budget Workshop Session, April 6, 2021. This meeting is called to order. Roll call attendance is not necessary. All members are present and accounted for. If you take note of that, please. Workshop session. Ms. Bauer, can you introduce the one and only item number 1?
Fiscal year 2021-22 Budget Workshop.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. Today is our 6th budget workshop and also our first all-day workshop on the operating budget. For today's presentation, we'll be covering the fiscal year 22 operating budget for the City Court, Engineering, Budget and Finance, Non-Departmental, Transportation, City Manager's Office, Code Compliance, Field Operations, City Clerk, Human Resources, Innovation and Technology, and Community Services. For today's presentation, we'll cover the budget priorities and highlights of fiscal year 22. We'll go through what's in your book and also review the fiscal year 22 operating budget, which includes the summary of personnel changes, operating budget by fund, general fund operating budget by function, and the department budgets. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Phelps.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. We're very excited today to roll out our proposed budget for FY 21-22. I did submit to you kind of my overview letter in some detail on last week when we released the budget to you, but I will just cover a couple of the key areas. We built our budget around 6 critical priorities. And so it starts first and most with sustainability. Sustainability means different things to different people. What I would say is first and foremost, we wanted a budget that could sustain itself so that we weren't incurring costs that where we didn't have projected revenues down the road to be able to cover. But it also covers environmental initiatives as well. But when we say sustainability, it really is focused on our ability to continue to deliver the services and the quality of services to our citizens for the foreseeable future. We obviously put a priority on public safety. And you will see there are a couple new positions that we've added into both law enforcement and into the fire services. And that will always remain a priority, I believe, for this city. And we've certainly addressed that in some of our proposed changes. Project delivery. This is critical from your city manager's perspective. I don't believe that we have to remind the council of just really how busy this city has been over the last several years. Through the good work of the entire team, including economic development, we're seeing a level of activity that has, in not recent memory have we seen. And so we are, our proposed budget is starting to address our ability to deliver projects. Now it really happens on 2 ends. We've got to deliver projects for our citizens and our customers and our clients. And then we also, because we have a very aggressive CIP coming up in the next several years, we want to make sure that we have the internal capacity to also deliver on time and on budget a very robust CIP. We will continue to focus on economic development. While we can always manage expenses, at the end of the day, the sweet spot is to make sure we align our revenues with our priorities, but we continue to focus on growing our revenue base. And so it continues to be a priority with this budget. Neighborhoods. Again, we know that we have a lot of work to do to continue to strengthen and improve our neighborhoods, and you will again see a number of items throughout the course of the next 2 budget days talking about the neighborhoods. And then finally, the strategic planning. We're still internally focusing on that because as we meet new challenges, as we work to go forward, we still have to operate in a strategic manner. And we don't believe this is the time now, just because we have our Tier 1 scorecard, that we can put that on the back shelf. So we are still going to focus very much on doing the things that we can do to improve our internal capacity, to make improvements and enhancements to our systems and processes, that we continue to manage our resources in a fiscal responsible way, and of course we continue to address our citizens' needs. Just a couple of the highlights I would like to call out. Within our public safety, we're proposing 3 new communication specialists or our 911 dispatchers. We believe we're at a critically low area within our staffing that potentially could have some negative impacts if we don't address. We're currently having to bring people in to fill when somebody is out or on vacation, and so we have proposed 3 new 911 dispatchers. We've also have in here a proposed for 8 new firefighters and the associated equipment to create a second medical response unit. These, however, as noted in my budget memo to you, these are subject to grant funding, but we are pursuing the grant funding and believe that we have a good opportunity to secure those additional funds. We've also added 2 additional detectives, one for our violent crimes area, and the other would be our crimes against individuals. And so that would be things like assaults and other things. And again, we're just having, to kind of address what we really see as inability to fully investigate everything that we want to be able to do. Again, as you would expect, the budget is balanced. We're balancing a lot of it on continued projected strength in our retail sales and our construction sales tax. And so we continue to monitor our forecast, but this budget is certainly falling back on those 2 areas of strength. You will also notice a significant increase in the budget addressing both our risk management fund and our workers' compensation fund. This is something that we've been engaged with the council over the past year or so. There are a number of factors that are impacting that. Obviously, one of them on the workers' comp is we're starting to load in potential future liabilities regarding the presumptive cancer for public safety. And so we are proposing that we have to strengthen those funds to keep them sustainable. In here, we're proposing a 1% cost of living allowance for all non-contract employees. We have another 1.5% increase for those who meet performance standards. And then this year, we are actually putting in place an incentive program based around both innovation or excellence in service. And so we hope to be rolling this out this fall. This team's been working very, very hard with our employees to come up with a program where we can reward individual employees based on things they're doing that's innovative and potentially moving the city forward in a substantial way, or those who have demonstrated outstanding customer service, or just service to other departments, both internally or externally. And so we're very excited about that, and we'll have more detail this fall when the program comes together. Again, the final item on the highlights is that this budget does address the MOU. So we have MOUs with both our police and fire, and those costs are built into here. Other things of note, we'll be opening likely in the next budget year the new Heroes Lake Park, and we're assuming that we're on track to open up the new park at Glen Lakes at the former golf course site. And so we've built those operating costs into this budget because obviously we'll have to expend more time and resources when those come online. You'll notice that we've increased project managers and engineers. Again, this goes back to our project delivery. We are really beyond capacity in keeping up with the workload. Both this and our additional building safety inspectors programs are really designed to keep our flow moving forward. We worked really hard to really brand Glendale as speed to the market, that we can react quickly to applications as they come in, we can meet the dynamic need of a development community, and we now have concerns that if we don't address some of our internal capacity, that we would have to start pushing back timelines, and that we've worked so hard to really differentiate ourselves from the rest of the valley. So we are adding both inspectors and to kind of help us with our growth area. And then finally, we've added some additional resources in our IT department, mostly to address our enhanced security and cybersecurity initiatives. I suspect that this will be not the last time we have to come back and address through additional resources. It's an ever-changing environment for those wishing to do harm, and I believe government systems are a prime target, and we want to make sure we do our best job of keeping ahead of that. And so with that, I will now turn it back over to our staff.
Mayor, members of the council, I'll briefly go over what's in your operating budget binder. If you look at your binder, you should have a tab for a summary by fund. The first fund that you'll see is the general fund. I do want to point out that if you go to the fifth column, that is the fiscal year 22 budget request, and the column next to that is the changes from fiscal year 21 to 22 budget. There should also be a tab for summary by department and division, and the first tab you'll see is for the budget for the mayor and council. The first page will summarize the budget for each division within the department. Again, the fifth column is the fiscal year 22 request, and the sixth column is the changes from fiscal year 21 to 22. If you turn a page, you'll see the detail for this example on page 14 for the mayor's office. The top portion of the report are the costs for salaries and benefits, overtime, and retirement. Then the middle section is your services and supplies, and the bottom section is the internal charges. It'll be the same format for the remaining tabs of the budget book for each department and for each division within the department. We also provided the City Council handouts on the FTE schedule. I'll give you a moment to pull up the FTE schedule. The FTE schedule is organized by department. So the first page that you'll see, you should see audit and the budget and finance department. So the next column will be the position description, and then you'll see the column for the actual FTE for fiscal year 2021. The next column to that is the changes of the FTE. So if you see a 1 in brackets or a -1, that means that's a reduction in FTE. And if you see a positive number, that's an addition of an FTE. And then the very last column will be the total FTE by position type. Then you'll also see highlighted in blue the total FTE for that department. We also provided a approved supplementals list to the City Council and a not approved supplemental list. I'll give you a moment to pull up the approved supplementals list. You should have 2 reports of the approved and not approved supplemental list. The first report is by fund. So the first column will show the fund type, or for example, general fund. Then the department requesting the budget supplemental. And also the type of supplemental, whether it's recommended, regulatory, or contractual. And then the request description. The next column should be the one-time cost, the ongoing cost, and the total cost of the supplemental. The next report will have the same exact information, but presented by department. So the layout will be very similar. So you'll have the department name, the request, the ongoing cost, the one-time cost, and then the total cost for the supplemental. We also provided City Council a change report that summarizes the changes in the budget of each department from fiscal year 21 to 22. The next slide is a summary of personnel changes. It's presented by fund, so you have the personnel changes for general fund. The total general fund additions of FTE is 22.5 FTE. Internal service funds, you have in innovation and technology, addition of 3 FTEs. For the enterprise funds, it's a -1, so it's a reduction in 1 FTE in total. For the special revenue funds, addition of 14 FTEs for a total of 38.5 total FTEs added citywide. Each department will be presenting the FTEs they requested for the fiscal year 21-22 budget in their presentations. The next slide is the pie chart of the operating budget by fund. The total fiscal year 22 draft budget is about $488 million. The largest component, at almost 50%, is general fund at $238 million. The second largest is enterprise funds at 18%, and the third largest is the special revenue funds, and last, the internal service funds. This slide is the operating budget for the general fund. It's the $238 million. The largest component is police services at 44%, or $106 million. And the second largest is fire services at $51.8 million, or 22%. This is the schedule for our budget presentation. I won't call out the various departments, but I do want to highlight that we do have breaks and lunch built into the schedule. So at 10:45, we will have a break, and lunch is at 12:30, and another break in the afternoon at 3 p.m. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Judge DiPiazza to go over the operating budget for the city court.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's my privilege this morning to present the proposed budget for the City Court for fiscal year 22. Our first goal is to strive to achieve our mission every day. Our second goal is to achieve our mission within the budget. The pandemic has had a huge impact on case management, and in particular on failures to appear by defendants. To mitigate this, in the upcoming year, we're going to improve information sharing with Glendale Police regarding warrants issued and warrants quashed. In addition, this year we will be promoting participation by defendants in the CAP, Compliance Assistance Program, and also in the TIP, Tax Intercept Program, to improve collections of delinquent fines, fees, and costs. So far this season, TIP has been particularly effective.
Mayor. Mr. DiPiazza, I know jokingly you said hold questions, but going back to the previous slide, the one that you just covered, the performance measures, FY 2020-2021 estimate, warrants issued 9,000, warrants quashed 4,000, estimated cost avoidance 22.5. And then for fiscal year 22, the numbers dropped considerably. Would you take a moment to explain why there is such a stark difference between the 21 estimate and 22 projected?
I think the answer in a word is COVID. In 21, we experienced a much higher number of failures to appear, many of them COVID-related, but the reason is very often uncertain. People just fail to appear. We're trying to deal with that in a number of ways, and our expectation is, in the upcoming year, with COVID being mitigated, the number of warrants will be reduced and appearances will improve. And we're taking a number of steps to enhance notifications to defendants, for instance, to give them reminders to coax them to come back to court.
Okay, thank you. That explains it. I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it.
So as a follow-up, we are also using innovative solutions to improve court appearances. We are texting customers in English and in Spanish to remind them of court appearances. So as their appearance date approaches, our customers will receive a notification from the court reminding them to come back. And that's another way we're hoping to reduce that number of warrants in the future. Time standards were suspended by the Supreme Court due to the pandemic. Time standards are not being met right now. It's an issue that's being struggled with by courts nationwide. This upcoming year, we're going to work diligently to dig out of the backlog that all our courts are experiencing. Here in Glendale, we're going to be implementing new data dashboards to improve case management and also to help increase our clearance rate, the number of cases out versus the number of cases in. We're hoping to clear that backlog within this next fiscal year. In the first half of fiscal year 2021, the court implemented a number of innovations. Courtroom Helper, AZ Point, domestic violence portal. We started a virtual court so that we could conduct proceedings remotely. And we also implemented Waitwhile to help manage visitors during this COVID crisis. Since November, we've implemented 2 additional innovations. First, we moved from a treatment court model to a judicial monitoring model, thus eliminating the potential cost of adult county probation and saving us about $100,000 in the first year and whatever that number would be in follow-up years. The second innovation is, and we thought this very important, we reestablished the Criminal Justice Users Group, referred to as CJUG. In the past, and it's been over a year since CJUG meetings had been conducted, in the past it included the court, GPD, and the city prosecutor. We're going to continue with those participants. However, we're also including code enforcement and the public defenders to the group for the first time. The idea, the aim, is to improve the administration of justice in Glendale by better communication by the users of the court and collaboration among the parties so that we could get a better result for the city and for all our customers. The third thing that I want to bring to your attention is another innovation that we plan to implement in the upcoming year, and that's, with your support, we'll implement a Veterans Court in October of 2021. Anticipating that this is a possibility, we've already submitted an application for a DOJ grant. Part 1 has been submitted, Part 2 is due and will be submitted later this month. I was very fortunate to walk into a city court that has a very excellent staff. It's not just a staff, it is in fact a team. They work together very, very well. They've welcomed me, and after reviewing the budget, after reviewing what our goals are for the upcoming year, we're not going to make any request for supplementals for fiscal year 2022. We're going to achieve our budget, and we're going to do it within our budget. Thank you, Mayor and Council. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The Veterans Court, I just have a couple questions about that. So there's a mental health court, and then I think there's a special court for, I don't know, there's a few special courts over there already. Is this just going to take the place of anything that's happening, or it's going to be in addition to what's already happening? I'm just curious how the Veterans Court's going to work.
Okay, thank you for the question. Mayor, Councilmember Talmachoff, we do have a mental health court, and mental health court will continue. There'll be a change. The change is we'll now accept input from the prosecutor's office with respect to people that will be admitted into mental health court. Another change is there may be people that are in mental health court that don't belong there, that perhaps should be in a different venue. And that's the void that will be filled by Veterans Court. So I think there are people that are in Veterans Court that might shift over to the Veterans Court. With respect to the other treatment courts, again, we're moving away from a treatment court model and moving to a judge-monitored model. That is to say, instead of asking adult probation to report back to us and say, this person's doing fine, we'll see you in a month, judges are going to review the files, review the reports from the various programs that these individuals are participating in, and to the extent that they're good reports, then a judge will say, we'll see you in a month, or whatever's appropriate. To the extent that there's a problem, then the judges will address it. That's going to negate the need to continue with adult probation. And we're doing this because the cost of adult probation for the first time is going to be assessed to cities, and in the first year, it would have cost over $100,000. In ongoing years, it's impossible to anticipate what that number would be. And candidly, we think that we could do it internally as well, and we're going to give it a try in this first year. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes, Mayor.
Question or statement. I'm one of the people that had talked with you and highly encouraged that we start a Veterans Court, mainly from my knowledge of other Veterans Courts in the state. I do know that you have spent a lot of time talking with those other judges, how their courts are run, and the possibility of working with other cities in the West Valley, that we wouldn't be carrying the entire burden, that other cities could be helping us. And that's something that, you know, if it worked out the way that you had talked, possibly it could. If you could just take 30 seconds or so and let the council know about that. Because it's something that helps our veterans. It allows, it'll literally, and I don't know if everybody understands how a Veterans Court works, but it's basically the veterans saying, hey, I screwed up. They're admitting to it, so right off the bat, we've already solved half the problem. But then it's over time, them working that out to where they're not repeat offenders, and I know repeat offenders drops down considerably from people that have gone through the court. If you could take just a few seconds and let the council know about how that works and what you've heard from other judges, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, I have been looking at the possibility of implementing a Veterans Court here in Glendale. It is an item of special interest. A full presentation will be made to you later this month. But to give you a quick sketch of what I've learned in my investigation so far is that Veterans Courts have been established throughout the nation. They have been very successful. The success is in reducing recidivism by veterans who come into the Veterans Court. It's a program that varies from court to court. The expression that I've heard countless times from the various courts that I've looked at is, if you've seen a Veterans Court, you've seen a Veterans Court. They're all different. Their approaches are all a little bit different. There are individual veterans courts, and in the Valley, there's a regional Veterans Court in the East Valley. It has 7 cities and towns that participate. We have a number of options that are available to us. We could, of course, go it alone, or we could do a regional Veterans Court that would serve the West Valley. With respect to how it works, it requires a collaboration with the VA, and I've been in touch with the VA. They provide a representative that will appear in court. Initially, they've committed that if we go forward, they'll send a representative, and it's a liaison, to the court beginning once a month. It's no charge. The VA covers the cost, and that liaison person links each individual veteran with the services that he or she needs. Most of those services are provided through the VA and are at no cost to the veteran. Some of those may be programs that are available from other agencies, not-for-profits. With respect to that, if there's a charge, that charge will be to the individual veteran, much as that charge for a program would go to the defendant in any other treatment court. To the extent that we do go regional, the model that I looked at and seems to work very well and has for several years is a model that requires the participants to pay their own way, or at least to cover their own burden. That is to say, in some of the courts, the cities that participate in a regional or a consolidated court would send their prosecutor, their clerk, court clerk, and what's shared is the judge, and that's generally a pro tem, and they share the cost of that pro tem. The costs are all carefully monitored and accounted for, and then bills are sent to each of the participating jurisdictions, and they reimburse the city for it. So in more than a few words, you'll forgive me, that's the way it works. I'll give you a more complete review of the program when I come back to you in just a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, members of the council, the next presentation is on the engineering budget. We'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Don Bessler.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm Don Bessler. I'm with the engineering department, and I'm accompanied today by James Milanese, who's also with the engineering department. He's our administrator of business operations. And in that role, James works very hard on our financial portfolio within the engineering department. I want to pick up on one of the near-in comments that the judge just made about how he felt so fortunate to inherit an incredible staff coming into his new role. And I would echo that when I talk about the engineering department. I'll do a little build-up here, but I started with the engineering department as a temp employee back in 2019, and I couldn't have been more fortunate at this stage in my life to be affiliated with such a great group of people and a fine organization. And so that's the preamble to what I want to share with you today for our budget request. You may recall, all of you were seated on this council back in 2018 and 2019. There was a group that the city commissioned a study from with the engineering department called the Childress Group. The Childress Group did a number of interviews. They interviewed stakeholders, people that were from the business community. They interviewed our elected officials, yourselves. They interviewed our city administrators, some of our key department heads that were client departments to engineering, and they interviewed the staff from the engineering department. And it really was an attempt by the city manager to make sure that we go through systematically through the organization and try to take a really hard look at the way we do things, the way we align ourselves. Are we doing the things that we say are important? And are we getting the best bang for the buck that we have? And it was a very comprehensive report. And then when I came in 2019, I started taking that report and trying to work with our stakeholders, but as well as our staff, to try to implement the recommendations and the observations that came out of that report. We started that effort in June of 2019, and I will tell you, and you will hear me say pretty often, that I believe in guiding principles. They are that rock-solid grounding that help us think our way through the most difficult and challenging situations. And engineering, based on all of the things that we've had to come through, all of us as an organization in the last dozen years, really had a lot of challenges in front of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about those and how we've managed to work through those. We believe that form follows function when we start staffing. What that means is before we start just creating positions, we have to have an idea of what the functionality need is for the department so that we're putting the right people in the right place, with the bus is the right size and the seats are filled properly. We want to make sure that our solutions are aligned with the city's vision, mission, and values. The balanced scorecard, which was the strategic initiative that the city manager created a number of years ago. And we want to have a cadence of accountability. And you'll see here in the performance metrics in a few minutes that the things that are important are the things that you measure. And if you're not willing to put a measurement to it, it becomes very difficult to talk about how important it is. I want to say, before I start going through the slides, that our focus really was in the following areas. We had incredible employees that had a huge amount of talent. We wanted to tap into that talent. So all of the things we did involved small work groups of employees across the department to make sure that we had both their input but also their buy-in. We looked at our processes to make sure that they were sensible. We had a number of processes that just weren't sensible, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Back in 2019, we delivered about $65 to close to $70 million worth of a CIP with a we had no vacancies. We had a fully aligned staff at that point. This year, with a couple of vacancies, we were able to increase that delivery method by about 30%. We're not where we need to be based on what the future is for delivering the CIP, as the city manager spoke to a few moments ago, but it demonstrates our willingness to look inward before we look outward, asking for resources. So with that, I talked about the bus. I'm going to switch slides here. If I hit the right one, yay. The big takeaway from this slide, I mean, engineering is a pretty small department. We have 34 employees. We are flat. One of our organizational imperatives, our guiding principles I talked about, form follows function, was to flatten the organization. We had a couple of levels that didn't need to exist. We flattened the organization. Why did we do that? Because we wanted to drive responsibility, excuse me, and authority down to the people that were certainly talented enough to make decisions on a day-in, day-out basis. We had bottlenecks where workflow, whether it was in the way we process our bills or the way we managed our projects. We came to bottlenecks. That added delays, time is money. Money, time, delays are frustration. And so there was a high level of that, if you recall back prior to the last year or two. We wanted to encourage innovation. I'm going to share with you a marvelous example, just one of many, of how our staff stepped up and tried to innovate. We wanted to nurture professional development. We have a request today that I'm going to be very enthusiastic to share with you called our Engineering Associate Initiative. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. And we wanted to improve morale, and I think we really struck a chord with all of those focus and initiatives, and I think as we go through the results here, I think they really speak to that. Another set of guiding principles that deal with the way we staff is we staff for normal, we supplement for peak, particularly in engineering where we have large influx of cash dollars like the AZ CARES money or the second round of COVID funds. We have to be able to be nimble on our feet, have that capacity internally that we need to do the base work, and then we outsource work that we're not sure it's going to be a sustained level. I'm going to talk about that as it relates specifically to our staffing load and the request that we made for some supplemental positions. I spoke a minute ago about innovation, and I would just give you this one example. Typically, the way engineering departments build things, and I'll just use streets as an example, we go out and we hire either an outsourced engineer, because most municipal engineering departments, I wouldn't say all, but almost all, outsource most of their design. And when you do that, you can add about 10% minimal to the cost of the project. And that's just the way that business is done. It's important to do that at times, because sometimes you have to do it because of workload. Sometimes you want to outsource risk. But it doesn't mean that you have to over-engineer every project. And in this process, by getting the right people in the right place, on the right seat on the bus, we were able to free up our city engineer to do design, which is David Beard's incredible strong point. And in that, he started reevaluating our processes. We've now been able to do some in-house design and not over-design, not over-engineer things that don't need to be over-engineered. We've worked with Jack Friedline, our assistant city manager, to have a very robust cadence of accountability for delivering our arterial reconstruct program, and my colleague Trevor Ebersol and his team. And in that process, we were able to save on one project, one design, 1 mile of arterial, about $200,000. That proof of concept, as we take it forward, will yield hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings to our arterial program over the next 5 and 10 years, actually millions of dollars. It's an incredible piece of innovation, and it's made possible by taking a hard look at the way you do things and then structuring yourself accordingly. This is our operating budget. You can see that it's about $2.6 million. We have, in addition to the operating budget, it's actually, our spend is more than that, but it's offset by a certain number of revenues. I'm going to talk about something called engineering chargebacks. They've been something that the city has had for a number of years, haven't really done a great job of executing it, and through a collaborative effort with finance and our client departments, we were able to put together a very fair and equitable engineering chargeback program that's in line with your adopted financial policies, so that the general fund is made whole by these capital projects. When you provide staffing for engineering to deliver projects for the different funds, not all general fund, then the general fund is made whole by the chargeback. And to give you a sense of that, it's about 3.8 of the cost of the 3.8% of the cost of the project, and there's a cap on it so that no project pays more than a certain amount. It's reviewed annually, and I think it's fantastic, and it really does what it's intended to do, which was put the cost of the project where it needs to go and make sure the general fund remains whole. We have a number of other sources of revenue totaling up close to $5 million in terms of utilities. We have franchise agreements. You recall last fall, the election approved the franchise agreement with EPCOR. They've started paying funds in. We've come before you a number of times to talk about use of the right-of-way. So there's a significant amount of revenue that the city derives through the engineering department into the general fund. Talk about performance objectives. This is the kind of thing that really excites us, because it was something that came right out of that employee engagement effort. These are metrics that our employees came up with that said they wanted to be judged against these things. So I'll start with the first one. It's deliver the process CIP invoices within 7 days. We were taking something, in extreme examples, dozens and dozens of days, tens, scores of days, but mostly we were within 3 weeks or so. By statute, we're supposed to do it within 15 days. We set a goal to say we want to beat that, be within 7 days. We aren't at 100% of that, but you can see we're making progress. We're at 75% of our invoices are paid within the 7 days. Last year, we paid over 400 invoices within that 7-day period. So there's a few that still lag that caused our average to go down. But we're on the right track. We have the processes in place. We have the people committed to doing it and measuring it. Why does this even matter? We want competitive pricing when people do business with the city. We want to be a client of choice for all of these general contractors and small contractors that are out there. Many of our small and privately owned businesses, they can't withstand 30, 45, 60 days worth of float on getting paid their bills because the city doesn't have a process in place to pay them in a timely manner. And so I want to thank James, all of our team, and finance for working with us to adopt that goal. The next one is to deliver the CIP within time, within budget, and also to the specifications that our client departments have asked for. That hasn't always been the case. The game changer for us this year, and I really give the city management and the finance department an incredible amount of kudos for supporting us on this, we instituted something called the Project Charter. The Project Charter is a 5-question questionnaire that goes to our client departments for every project, or almost every project that you adopt in the CIP. Then our engineers sit down with that client department and work through all of the details, as many as they know. And, you know, sometimes that's hard because you're months in advance. But the time, the budget, what's the scope, what are some unknown circumstances we might run into, what are the risks, is there anything else going on that might be impacted by this collateral, whether it's our professional sports seasons, whether it's people that use our facilities, whatever those things are. And that Project Charter has really helped us get back on track. I want to go to the next goals and objectives. It's to ensure that we have a huge amount of work that happens in our right-of-way. Sometimes it's for infrastructure that the city will end up taking over, typically water and sewer extensions by private development, or it could be utilities, private utilities. They're investing predominantly in either life essential utilities or telecom. We need to make sure that that work is done right the first time. We inspect every single project, whether it's city-owned infrastructure or not, to make sure it's put in right, it's cleaned up right. And I know a number of you have had complaints from residents that see something that was done by a vendor, and then we backtrack into that to figure out what's happened. But we want to make sure that when we go back 1 year, it's sometimes 2 years later, and we do a warranty inspection, 95% of the time we are passing inspection. Why does that matter? Because if we don't do our job right before it fails, then it's all this makeup inconvenience to our residents. What is that? It demonstrates a level of empathy by the city that we know that work in the right-of-way is very hard for people to get past. If they see sloppy or lazy barricading, they don't see good timely work, they don't see good quality work. Those are things that all of us in this room hear about, and they're not something that our residents are proud of. So that's a great thing that we've done, and we're measuring that. And then finally, the one I want to talk about, and it gets to the city manager's imperative about our and the council's policies on economic development. We process a tremendous amount of economic development permits, land development permits through the engineering department, because we look at the public infrastructure, the overlot grading, the drainage, those sorts of things, and we do that within a specified amount of time, and you can see that we're hitting our mark. About 9 days is the average number of days that it takes us to turn one of those around, and it's pretty amazing that we've been able to do that, A, because we had the systems in place, and B, because we had people that cared about the job that they did. Even when the pandemic hit, we were able to keep that up and keep it going. Just briefly, engineering accomplishments. Again, I talked about the project charters, why that's important to right-size the CIP so you don't have some big monster number in the CIP that can't possibly be delivered in any given year. So we're getting better and better about that. Jack's been a big cheerleader for us, along with Vicki and her people, to right-size the CIP. So we're getting better at that, and we're going to continue to get better at that. The chargebacks I mentioned. We've increased our effectiveness just with the staff we had by 30%. And we've increased transparency. I know you're used to seeing in the city manager's weekly message, our bi-weekly updates on our major construction projects that give you just a snapshot of what's going on with that in case you get asked questions. In our land development and real estate, we did over 400 reviews. We completed on time. Our planning applications, we averaged 9 days. Our construction plans, 11 days. Sometimes those construction plans have over 100 pages in them. And our people, there's 2 people, are going through it page by page to make sure there's not a break or a bust in grade or a miss, and they catch it. Engineering administration, as I mentioned, James has done a great job coordinating. One of the innovations, I know we went to a couple committees, is we took a low-cost, quick start solution in Smart Sheets. It's a very, very robust Excel spreadsheet combined with SharePoint, more or less. And we use that as a way to communicate with our clients and to communicate with ourselves and process our work. And then in the right-of-way, we've had over 2,000 inspections, as I mentioned before. Our average pass rate is 95.5%. I just got today's numbers for March, they're 99%. So our people are doing great work. Our request, we have a number of requests. We have a new FTE. It's called a principal engineer. What we will do if this is approved is we will actually recruit for an architect. It will be comparable to a principal engineer. We have over $135 million of facility projects in the next 5 years. If the CIP is adopted, that's the draft CIP that's been presented, we have over $215 million of facility-related projects. We have great engineers, but engineers aren't architects, and that's not their stock and trade. So we can build structures, but you really want to have at least one architect on staff to have that in-house capacity. You have, for the foreseeable future, enough work to keep that architect busy, focused, and helping make sure that our buildings reflect the usability, the durability, and the efficiency that you all envision when you put a vision to your CIP. So that's an ask. We have an engineering director position. The position that I do right now, you've heard that Mr. Phelps refer to me as the Chief Capital Improvement Officer. That's the role that I've been doing basically on a temp basis since 2019. We're making a request to make that a regular position. This department needs a leader, needs an ongoing day-to-day leader. It needs that position. I think the results will continue to pay dividends in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, timeliness, leadership, and good management. So that's a position we're asking for. We want to have a temporary contract analyst. This person worked for James and will do the kind of work, particularly with our large, more complex projects, putting out CMARs, putting out large contracts for large projects, trying to create our own in-house JOC list by working with our finance department, but also our city attorney's office to make sure we do that right. So we're not always looking to linking agreements. Their linking agreements are good, but we want to be the city where people link to us as well. We have a temporary position, a contract position called CIP Project Manager. This person would be housed within our budget for the purpose of engineering chargebacks because they are focusing 100% of their time on the CIP if they are funded, but they will be assigned on assignment to the Field Operations Department, and Michelle Wojtanko will use them to help do a number of things. They'll focus on public safety projects, which there is hundreds, many, many millions of dollars of those, but she'll use them for capital planning, space programming, construction liaison, asset management programming for their construction projects, and occupancy management. All of this work that we have to start moving people back and forth from buildings needs a person every day making sure those people have a continuity of operations and can do their job.
Yeah, I got one question for you. The temporary contract analyst, it seems to me that, I guess I don't understand why you'd want temporary. It seems like a full-time would do you a much better job overall. I can see that one person could make a huge difference,
Mayor, thank you. I would tell you that if we were sitting here next year and things go as expected, we probably would ask for that. But for now, we wanted to, as I said, we're going to try to, we recognize that FTEs is a sacred decision that the city manager has to make, that you as elected officials have to make. So we try to ease ourselves in it to prove the workload's there. But I take your comments to heart.
Okay, so this will be an opportunity to see if they work out, and if they do, high likelihood that you may be asking for an FTE on that position next year.
Yeah, and we have some work to do with our colleagues in the finance department because they do a certain amount of procurement as well, and we want to make sure where that overlap is and where the sweet spot is, whether they be an engineering position or whatever they happen to be.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And then my second to the last slide here, we have temporary contract positions for inspectors. These are recovered through either engineering chargebacks or fees that we have associated with the right-of-way. These are people that are out there, and we need to make sure that they're funded so that we have I think we have 14 inspectors. We have the right number of inspectors out there to ensure that we're making our marks. And we have people temporary out there right now, but this is a request to put those temp positions into the budget. And then I said earlier, the big lead up, and I really am the most enthusiastic, if you can believe this, about the smallest dollar ask. And it's called the Engineering Associate Program. And so let me draw a picture for you a little bit. We have inspectors. I just said we have 14 inspectors. Well, we have eight inspectors, and then we have 4 senior inspectors, and we have these 2 contract guys that are just sort of out there. And the only way you can be a senior inspector, if you're an inspector, is if one of those 4 people leaves employment with the city. The reality is, as this world has become more complicated, these guys are working in a very similar equation almost on a daily basis with the work that they do. So we worked with the staff to create an engineering associate program. It is a progression program where they have to get certifications from the American Public Works Association. They have to be given job responsibilities that are commensurate with that level. And then through time, they can work their way up to that level. So we've removed the ceiling that maybe made sense 15 years ago, but doesn't make sense now, so that we have the best people we can put on the jobs. We can be more efficient, so we're not taking 2 people to inspect one job, which sometimes happens. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens. And we're building our workforce capacity internally. Likewise, we have senior inspectors that have tremendous amount of potential. We, as you all know, we did Cardinals Way last year. It was actually an external project, but we owned it. We assigned a senior inspector to be our project manager on that. And it worked out fantastic. And so we're proposing to create a position in between called an associate project manager. And so basically it has a 3-tier way to build vertical integration within the engineering department, so we have the best people that we can taking on the most complicated work that's necessary. So and it will make incredible sense. It's a cost of labor initiative for us, rather than just say throw another FTE at it. It's make sure we take the people we have in-house, build them up, hold them responsible, give them the authority, and turn them loose. And that's what that initiative is about. So if this is funded, what you will see over time is you may see Jim Brown come in here at one of your monthly meetings and say, we're asking to reclassify an inspector to a senior inspector. That's what this program, how it works. So with that, I believe I'm going to stop talking.
Questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A similar question that the mayor had. You had a temporary position for a project manager. That can't be the only project manager you have. How many? That's it?
No.
Okay. How many project managers do you have?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, in engineering, we have 4 project managers.
Okay. And then you're asking, can you explain why you need the part-time project managers? The workload is such that it's just you need more individuals. You said 70 million plus it's gone up 30%, so that's quite a bit. I'm just wondering why it's just part-time project manager.
I think we're maybe perhaps Councilmember Aldama confusing. The temporary contract analyst is part-time. The contract temporary position for the CIP project manager that would be assigned to field operations facilities, that's full-time.
Oh, okay. I just couldn't see. Is it full-time? Okay.
Yeah,
then
it is.
I, for some reason, thought I seen temporary.
I probably misspoke. Thank you.
Okay, that Jack just clarified. And then, secondly, this this program you're requesting on the engineering program, I think it's a great idea. I brought this idea up to the city manager years ago, but it wasn't with regard to engineering. It was more of how do we prepare our employees for leadership roles within the organization. I haven't seen that yet, but we have to. I mean, it's always great to hire outside of the organization because we bring in a different set of eyes, different set of knowledge and experience. But how do we prepare those who have invested in this organization? And I was speaking with regard to leadership, but what I'm listening to is more professional development. So should this, for the city manager, should this be a program that's implemented organizational wide, not just within engineering? more of a holistic program?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Aldama, certainly the amount of work that engineering has put into this kind of a career development path, we think is very noteworthy, and it's certainly something we would continue to look at other opportunities, especially in those technical areas. So often, the only way for a person who wants to stay with the city a long-term is they sometimes have to jump up into a different job responsibility, which maybe doesn't really suit their professional desire, but it's the only way to get compensation-wise. We felt this type of development program internally would be able to find the sweet spot for them at the same time, make sure they feel like they're in a progression career-wise with the city. We will certainly, look at this and look at other things especially in our technical areas where we think career development and where there are certifications that are required. Again, they've laid out a very clear path that they have to go to class, they have to pass certification, and then we wanted to be able to make sure we could accommodate that. But we'll certainly have more conversation. I think it's a very, I think it is a challenge for many governmental organizations is how do we continue to develop our people internally to put them in a position for better leadership.
Thank you, Mayor. If I just may finish here, don't want to go off on a tangent too much, but just on that subject, yes, it's what you hear the most from employees and organizations like the city and public entities is that they learn the trade or whatever it is they're wanting to the career, but then they can't use it because HR says, well, you don't have actually the experience. I know you learned it from somebody, but so it sounds like you're going to look into it. I'd like to see that program expanded throughout the entire organization, not just in engineering, leadership, and other roles. But I'm very supportive in what you brought forward. That certainly does help the organization, but the department.
Thank you, Councilmember Aldama. I would just say that when we presented this to the city manager and the assistant city manager, the first thing they said is, hey, let's get the Department of Organizational Performance because this could have impacts for other areas of the organization. So Kayla Stanfield, your new director in that department, has been working with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Bessler. I want to go back to the 7-day invoice issue. Is that about as fast as any, I mean, that makes us very competitive as compared to other, other government entities at least to do business with? Are we like the only one doing that, or I'm just curious?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomlichoff, I would tell you that my experience in municipal government, which is, I know I don't look very old, but actually it's all in municipal government, we're the only ones that are measuring it and taking it serious. I don't see, all good finance departments care about that, but it's not something I've ever seen as a metric that we're going to put out there and dashboard and brag about. So I would say it's probably unusual.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could continue. And you're not asking me if I think you look old, are you? Because I won't answer it if you don't want me to. I'll pass on that one. I think it's really critical. I love the idea as supply decreases, the supply chains, especially in, construction of any kind, are seriously constrained. I have 2 home buyers, new builds. They both got letters from the builder saying that they're not going to be able to deliver, not even close to on time because of supply. So, supply is already a problem, and it's, a variety of reasons. COVID, that jam up in the Suez Canal has created a lot of havoc in the supply chain. So, anything we can do to make us stand out so that we can, get the supplies and get the contracts that we need, I think is going to be really critical, because getting projects done on time is going to become more and more difficult, I think, over the next at least couple of years. So I'm happy to see that we're standing out in the market, and hopefully they notice and that we're able to move forward with our CIP. Are we looking, are we keeping an eye on how we're going to be able to get these projects done on time and all of that with the CIP? I'm just wondering, you said you're right-sizing the CIP. And I know, we don't have any way of knowing exactly how the supply chain is going to affect us, but it's a real-world problem that we're going to be dealing with, I'm sure.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomlichoff, a couple of comments. I mentioned earlier the project charter. That is the pivotal moment for us to sit down with the client department and with facilities in many cases and talk about long lead items that we know there's supply chain issues on, and we identify those. We work very collaborative with Michelle Wojtenko's department to pre-order long lead items whenever we can. That gets a little crazy for us. It takes a lot of attention to detail, and so we're always committed to trying to do that. So I would say that. Right-sizing the CIP, a few things come at us. $30 million for an AZ Cares. We didn't know we were going to have that. So those are things that come on us. James came and gave you a presentation a month and a half ago. We are storming through that to try to get that up and queued up for you. And we will be doing the same thing with the next round that you have. So our big thing is it's probably going to take us about 3 years to get it exactly right. I mean, and exact is a hard term because, think about how the CIP is. You have departments that are 18 months in advance putting together their plans and proposals that ultimately get to you and then get adopted, and then July 1st, we're supposed to hit the ground running. Well, these project charters are our way to hit the ground running before July 1st. Once it looks like council has settled in to a CIP, we start putting those project charters together. It's just all internal effort to try to get our projects and our people positioned properly. We're not expert at it yet, but we are expert at being committed to it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Tomachoff's question. I think what the council will see over the next 2 budget days is kind of a continual theme about internal capacity. And you're absolutely, I like the way you referred to it as a supply chain because it's not any one area that helps deliver a project. So obviously engineering is laid out their plans for how they can do their role in making sure that supply chain moves forward in the CIP. You're going to hear the same thing when Jamshid comes up in development services, talking about the need for building inspectors, because it only takes one pinch point. If our building inspectors have inspected anything, but we have a slowdown in fire inspections, it causes the same logjam. And so everything from procurement, making sure we can procure new contracts in an efficient, quick manner, how we do our engineering, how we deliver from building safety, from plans, the entire, it really is a system, as you kind of called out. And so I think you're going to hear kind of a continual discussion that it all integrates together and it's all designed to make sure that we can deliver on the council's priorities on the CIP.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, the next presentation is the operating budget for the finance department. The total budget for the finance department is about $9.6 million. We have a total of 69.5 FTEs in the department. The department includes the budget administration, which prepares the 5-year forecast, the capital improvement plan, the operating budgets, and the adoption of the property taxes. We also have accounting services. That division is responsible for recording revenues and expenditures and the preparation of the comprehensive annual financial report, various external audits as well. Within the department, we also have tax and license, customer service and billing, procurement, and grants administration. The lease payments and other fees, that's where the credit card fees and also the investment advisor fees are budgeted and paid out of. This is our operating budget. Again, it's about $9.6 million, and salaries are the largest component. I will go through some of the highlights for our goals, objectives, and performance measures. We did maintain a AAA bond rating for general obligation bonds through Fitch. The water and sewer bonds are rated AA- for S&P. We are meeting our financial policies, all 7 of them. In here, I do want to highlight that we did obtain the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence for financial reporting for our comprehensive annual financial report, and also the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. The bottom of this slide, you see the number of sales tax audits reviewed and completed. Want to highlight that for fiscal year 21, we've increased it by almost 40% from 100 to 140 audits. and we expect to do another 140 audits in fiscal year '22. As far as the accomplishments of the departments, we did focus on systems and process improvements that have a positive impact on our customers. The first thing that we implemented in fiscal year '21 is an online business licensing system, which is the SmartGov system. With this system, businesses can go online and apply and renew their business licenses. They also have the ability to pay for their fees online and print the licenses online. If they request to have a printed license mailed to them, we can certainly do that as well. We also implemented an online and digital payments. The software is called Paymentus. This allows for more payment functionality to our customers. We now have the ability to take PayPal Pay or digital wallets, and we're also working in implementing digitizing cash from like the dollar stores and other retail stores. We did implement a cash kiosk. It's outside of the first floor in the main City Hall building. I do want to share a story about the cash kiosk. About a couple of weeks ago, I was helping a customer who did not speak English, and she was actually waving me away because I did not speak Spanish. I pointed her to that kiosk, and the cash kiosk is both English and Spanish, and you could have seen the relief in her face when we did have the Spanish functionality there. So big benefit to a lot of our customers. And we're looking into, for the cash kiosk, maybe implementing that citywide at the libraries and other locations that we own. We've also implemented the monthly financial reports. It's a new report that we're posting out to the City Council, and also it's posted in the city's external website, and it's available to the public. Our collections division collected about $3.6 million in delinquent sales tax returns, and this is only for July 2020 through January 2021. So about half of the year, so we expect this dollar amount to go up at the end of the fiscal year. We also implemented the results-driven contracting in fiscal year 2020, and we've had 2 contracts that we've run through this, the RFP for the citywide custodial services and the landscaping services. Again, we have the awards for the distinguished budget presentation and the excellence in financial reporting. We do have a few supplemental requests. The first one is moving the collection staff. It's currently funded by the Water Department. So it's moving the funding from water to general fund. As you saw in one of our accomplishments, our collection staff collects for citywide, and the majority of collections they do is on the sales tax side, so the highest volume, the largest dollar amount. Their costs will also be included in the chargebacks that we do, the admin chargebacks to other funds. We're also requesting to reclass administrative support assistants to a business analyst. The support assistant, the business needs of the city and the department has outgrown the duties of the support assistant. In the past, and this is several years ago, the support assistant was responsible for opening mail and answering calls from our general line. What we've done in customer service is train our customer service reps to be able to do cashiering, answer any calls. And we're requesting to reclassify that to a business analyst. The business analyst would be responsible for utility billing reports. We're working with IT and also the Water Department to implement electronic meter reading and also daily billing. So that's a long-term project that we're working on, but essentially we want to be able to have the ability to read the meters or the water reads electronically, so you don't have staff coming into all the meter boxes. Also with the daily meter billing, what we'll be able to do is when a customer has a leak, they'll be able to see that immediately in the daily billing versus finding out that they have a leak when we do the monthly bills. Also, we'll be assisting with the response to COVID with community services. For example, we have a large volume of delinquent water utility accounts at this time, being able to identify our customers and also work with community services, which customers qualify to for the various COVID funding that we've received through the federal and the state government. So with that, I'll pause here and open it up for any questions you may
Mayor?
have.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions with regard to the supplemental request. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've done for this city. You've made me a much better council member making decisions with your guidance. But what I really want to recognize is that your department is 69.5 employees, led by 3 experienced, very knowledgeable women. You guys have led that department, and I recognize that. And I want to thank you so much for all you do for our city. While your budget's only not only, but over $9 million, the entire city budget weighs on you, and you guys have to go to bed with thinking about all those numbers. But thank you so much. You guys demonstrate extremely high leadership, and again, led by 3 women. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Macho. I have 2 questions. One, do you have, do you believe you have adequate staffing to do the amount of collections that you're, with so many delinquent accounts?
Mayor, members of the council, at this time, we are looking at this and reviewing it as far as the volume of the delinquent accounts. We are seeing accounts getting paid through our collections efforts, so we do site visits, and we're also doing the debt offset program. And what that means is if you have a delinquent account, we do send that to the DOR and garnish their tax returns if they do have a refund, and the same thing for the federal IRS. We also do the lien process. So at this time, we believe that we have enough FTEs, but as the volume continues to increase, it is something that we're looking at. And then if there is a need for additional FTE, that is something that will move forward in the future.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I have one more question. You talked, and I brought this up at the beginning, and I know there's a meeting coming up in a few weeks about the customer service issue, but the employees are being trained to handle customer service on the phone, and I guess that'll be whatever the result is when we have that conversation, and at some point, I guess it'll be brought back to the council, whether they'll be anticipating that they'll be doing face-to-face customer service delivery in that area, especially with, I think, the kiosk is going to peel a lot of people off from even coming inside now. I mean, I've noticed, I haven't even been here every day for, I'm not coming in every day for almost a year now. But when I do come in, I notice a lot less people in the lobby there. So, but I mean, there are other customer service functions probably. And like I said, I know that discussion's going to happen. But I just wanted to put it out there that is still something that I'm pretty committed to delivering for our residents, is that there's a customer service face-to-face opportunity at literally almost no cost to the city. We already have the space. We're already kind of directing traffic away from just literally bringing cash in there to pay their bills. They can do it outside. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I don't know when the right time to have that is. I just wanted to let everybody else know that that's kind of where I hope I see this going, is freeing up those people and getting them trained to be able to deliver other services to our residents.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that, do you still have a person dedicated to collections for rental properties?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, we do. We've actually trained all the collection staff to be able to do the various types of collections.
Okay. My second question, comment, I do not expect an answer now, and I would like to have a meeting with you or your staff on this issue. And that is the great mystery of internal service charges. And I will just give you an example that puzzles me, and I don't understand, A, what comprises internal service charges, what are the various elements, and B, how they are arrived at. For example, in human resources, there are 23 people. In the city manager's office, there are 23 people. yet the internal service charges for human resources are $146,848. It's almost double for the city manager's office. It's $233,489. Yet they have exactly the same number of personnel. And I had always assumed or had been told that internal service charges were basically for things like PCs, tablets, cell phones, all the devices for either, what went into that fund was a charge for their eventual replacement or O&M costs for those devices. So I would assume that there are probably the same number of devices or nearly identical number of devices used in both of those departments. So I'm at a mystery to understand why one department pays approximately half of what the other department pays. So again, I'm not asking for an explanation now, and it would probably take too long and involve a whole line of questioning that you're not prepared for today. But I would like to schedule a meeting to get to the bottom of this so that I understand more fully what comprises an internal service charge and how that charge is calculated. Thank you.
Did you want to try to answer that, or do you want to talk about it later?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Clark, certainly we'd be happy to sit down with you. I will say that the internal service charges are not only for information or innovation and technology. So you have risk management, workers' compensation, other types of internal charges, and each of them has a different type of model. So yes,
but-
it is complicated, and we'd be happy to sit down with you.
Yes, and I understand that, but you've got two departments with 23 people each.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and talk with that one later?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I do
think
think
that would
it's
be
much more
appropriate.
involved.
It's much more complicated than that, yes.
Very good. Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
The next budget is on the non-departmental, and we'll do that presentation for this too. The non-departmental, the operating budget is about 11.2 million. The largest component is the operating budget. In the non-departmental, we have the sales tax rebates, the arena management fee, the sales tax admin fees, strategic initiatives, unemployment insurance, long-term disability, and also we budget the citywide memberships and subscriptions in this department. We've listed the various memberships and subscriptions that we pay out of the department. So you have the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, the Maricopa Association of Governments, or MAG, National League of Cities, Alliance for Innovation, Westmark, and the Phoenix Business Journal. We do have two supplemental requests. The Arizona Sports and Tourism Sales Tax Rebate in anticipation of events getting rescheduled from fiscal year 2021 or 2020 due to the COVID-19 cancellations. We're requesting an increase of about $496,000, and this budget is rebated back to ASTA. The unemployment insurance increase of $100,000. Again, due to COVID, we've seen an increase in unemployment insurance claims. And for fiscal year 2021, we saw an increase of about $100,000. So that's the amount for the request.
Lisette on ASTA, I think Councilmember Tomachop and myself both went, what? If you could explain that a little bit better. In fact, I think all of us probably were thinking the same thing. Can you explain that a little bit better?
So for the sales tax rebates, any sales tax collected and just the general fund portion within the stadium, we have an agreement with ASTA that the sales tax collected will be rebated back to them. So it's the city collects it, we then in turn pay it back to ASTA.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm still confused because I thought, how is it, I just don't understand how it's a supplemental when we're basically a pass-through, essentially we're a pass-through for sales tax for anything in the stadium footprint. So
Mayor, members of the council, the sales tax collected comes into the city as revenue, and then we do pay it out to them, so we have to book the expense of paying it to ASTA, and so we need the appropriation or the budget in order to process the the payment to ASTA.
Mayor, members of the council, if I could help you, it does have a revenue offset directly, so we only pay equal to the amount of revenue we receive, but what we're saying is we have to have a budget in order to pay it, and it's getting higher. And so with COVID-19 and different things, it had been less, but we're starting to see it go back up. We need the budget appropriation in order to pay it, but we won't pay it unless the revenue itself does come in. So it is an in and out equal amount, but we have to have a budget in order to pay anything out.
Okay, Mayor, if so, what is the annual amount that goes to ASTA? I thought it was substantially higher than this. That's maybe why I'm confused. I thought it was a lot more than just this, almost $500,000.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachov, this is the increase in that amount that we are estimating for next year. So the amount we're paying now,
The budget is about 3.2 million, so we're increasing it.
so the budget now is about 3.2 million, so this would take it to 3.7 million.
Mayor, and I have another question, if I could continue, is I think traditionally under non-departmental, the transfer to the enterprise fund is usually housed here. If it's not here, then where is it?
Mayor, members of the council, the transfer to the interfund funds are recorded as a transfer out of general fund into the enterprise funds. It is not recorded in this department. It's a transfer out of the general fund.
Not looking. So how much are we transferring for this fiscal year into the enterprise fund? And if you know off the top of your head, I'd like to know what the interest rate, because I know, and if you know what the balance is that's owed to the total amount to the enterprise fund and what the interest rate is. But I think it's usually around 800,000. Does that sound about right?
Mayor, members of the council, give us a minute and we can answer that
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Chalmers, the amount that's budgeted for fiscal year '22 is approximately 1.7 million.
And do you happen to, if I could, Mayor, do you happen to have the balance? And I thought I remembered it where the interest is 3%. Does that sound right? No? How much is the interest?
Mayor, members of the council, the balance at this time is about 38 million, and the interest usually mirrors the interest that we're receiving on our investment rate of return. So it fluctuates year to year, and Amy's looking that up right now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we're at least keeping up with the interest that we're paying, or that the residents are paying on that's my point. So, okay. I guess in the past it did show up here in non-departmental. That's why I looked for it there, but we're doing it different now. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the previous slide, the sales tax rebate, you state that you need to park it somewhere. Well, this is the first year that I've seen a line item for ASTA sales tax rebate. Where did you park it prior to this year?
Mayor, members of the council, the ASTA rebate has always been budgeted in the non-departmental department.
Okay.
And let me point it out in the book for you. You should have a non-departmental tab.
Yes. I do see it in non-departmental.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So somebody will get back to me on the interest rate once they have that.
Mayor, members of the council, it's about 1%.
Do you have anything else?
Mayor, members of the council, we do have a break scheduled at 10:45. but if you'd like, we can continue on and move on with the transportation department, or,
I'd like to push on right now because it's still another 15 minutes from now. Trevor told me he'd be done in 5. Conditional on you, Joy.
Okay, thank you, Lisette. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for allowing us to present our operating budget for you today. I brought with me Erin Steffa. She's a management assistant with the Transportation Department, and she's tasked with overseeing and providing the data input for the entire transportation operating budget. So she's here to help answer questions. Next slide. Oh, I have it. Oh. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so transportation is currently comprised of 97.25 full-time employees. In this presentation, I'll be requesting 2 supplementals for 2 additional full-time employees, which would, if approved by council, that'll take the full-time employee count to 99.25 full-time employees. We have a little over a $31 million operating budget, and our mission is to ensure a safety and efficiency of travel for the residents, businesses, and visitors of Glendale. Our budget is divided into 3 pieces here. We have 13% of our budget going to the internal services, 30% is going towards salaries, and our 57% is going towards the operational programming. This slide and the next slide identify performance measures associated with programs within transportation. This particular slide represents our pavement management program and arterial reconstruction program, which you're all very familiar with, and we are on target with all of these performance measures. This slide of performance measures is representative of our traffic engineering division. It's comprised of areas associated with the intelligent transportation system, the traffic signals division, and our transportation mitigation division. And these are all on target to meet the objective.
Mayor?
Yes?
The flashing yellow arrow installation program, number of intersections updated, 45 locations. Are those the total number of locations within the city or just updated locations?
Mayor and council, we had programmed 45 locations, signalized intersections to provide the flashing yellow arrow indications at. That has since been increased, and at the end of FY22, we actually anticipate having 48 because we're projecting to receive another grant fund to add signals to this.
So what are the total number of intersections within our city?
Mayor and council, the signalized intersections throughout the city of Glendale is 200, well, it's actually now it's 201. We just added 87th and Cardinals Way, plus we have 63rd and Northern Avenue coming online, so that's going to be 202 by the end of 2022. Plus we have 4 HAWKs, or the high activated pedestrian beacons.
So if I might continue, so is it our intent or the city's intent to eventually have all 202 signalized intersections with flashing yellow?
Mayor and council, that's not necessarily the intent. We want to focus on the major intersections. However, they've been very successful and widely used nationwide. So it's feasible for all signalized intersections to receive the upgrade to the flashing yellow arrows.
If I could ask a quick question. I was told that if it's a double left turn lane that they would not be put in. Has that changed since then?
Mayor and council, yes, that's changed. There are dual left locations that have successfully been running the flashing yellow arrows.
Okay, great.
I have one further question, Mayor. Street signs, we have, I would imagine we have at least 200 street signs overhead as well. And we're only doing between 16 and 20 a year. How long before we've replaced street signs at that rate? 10 years?
Mayor and council, this is specific to illuminated street name signs. The new street name, or street signs have much higher retroreflectivity. They're much more visible at nighttime. They have a different font and just a kind of a diamond-type plate sheeting, so they're much more reflective. So we're actually reducing the overall amount of our illuminated signs, because they're a high-maintenance item, to just focus on the major intersections, the arterial-type intersections with the illuminated street name signs.
Okay, thank you. Very good answer.
Okay. Transportation, like all the other departments, have done a lot over the last year, and I have 5 pages of accomplishments. I'll just touch on a few per page with you. First off, we installed school zone radar speed feedback signs at 2 of our high school locations, at Ironwood High School and Cactus High School. We also expanded or upgraded our 20 closed-circuit television cameras, along with 21 network switches, to provide more enhanced and digitized video system that we can use through our traffic management center, as well as our police department can use. Over the last year, we've input or displayed over 100 messages on our dynamic message signs, in coordination with our police department for public safety messages, as well as coordination for special events. Our right-of-way division has planted 600 trees and 3,000 shrubs in our right-of-way over the last year. And our barricade division, this will be a big one for you, and you're going to hear more about this later in a supplemental. Our barricade division has processed over 1,500 barricade permits, and they're projected to collect about $780,000 in barricade lane use fees this year. Pre-COVID, the average revenue generated from this program was about $250,000. This is a highway user revenue fund, and since COVID, we're on target to collect $780,000. So that gives you an idea of how much construction has picked up over the last year, and we anticipate that that's going to continue. Our graffiti team has eradicated nearly 15,000 graffiti tags. Out at our airport, we are in the process of updating our automated weather observation system, and we're also on target to complete our airport strategic plan this month. Over in transit, they had a pretty exciting program called the Microtransit On-Demand Pilot Program. Microtransit is basically Uber for buses. It was a successful program. Horrible launch time. It happened right before COVID. So we had a plummet in our ridership, but we had a great turnout for the Microtransit pilot program, so we're very excited about it. And I'll be sharing more about Microtransit with you in future workshops or council meetings. We also refurbished 18 bus shelters and their amenities, and all the while providing over 1 million trips throughout our public transit system. Moving on to our supplemental requests. We have 6 supplemental requests in transportation, and the first one is a full-time employee with a truck for the barricade program that I just mentioned, where we had 1,500 permit applications along with the $780,000 projected revenue. This full-time employee will be funded out of the Highway User Revenue Fund, and they will greatly assist the CIP, specifically the Arterial Reconstruction Program for inspection services. There's a lot of traffic control associated with the Arterial Reconstruction Program. This person will provide those inspection services needed for that. The next supplemental request is a pole painting program. This is also a Highway User Revenue Fund program. The city has over 20,000 streetlights citywide. 12,000 of those are painted. They have a painted surface. Well, we currently don't have a program to go and maintain all the painted poles, so this is a program, if council approves, we'll be able to implement an actual pole painting program for $60,000 a year, and that will provide us the sustainability to maintain the 15-year life cycle for these painted poles. The next supplemental request is also a Highway User Revenue funded program, and it's an enhancement to our utility cut program. We're asking for an additional $90,000 a year to provide the ability to keep up with our ongoing list of repairs for damaged damaged sidewalks, as well as small street repairs. Currently, we're investing $450,000 a year on these street and sidewalk repairs, and we can't keep up with the list. We get about 180 requests for repairs every year, and each repair costs about $3,000. So we need an additional $90,000 to keep up with the requests of repairs that we have annually. The next supplemental request is this component of it is funded from the Highway User Revenue Fund, and this is an illegal dumping mitigation team. This impacts multiple departments citywide. This involves illegal dumping that's in the right-of-way, it's outside the right-of-way, it's in the washes, it's on vacant parcels, it's on private property, vacant parcels, it's on Glendale parcels. We have illegal dumping everywhere throughout the city of Glendale, as well as transient camps that need to be cleaned up. So this particular team or this illegal dumping impacts not only transportation, but it also impacts field operations, the bulk trash team. It also impacts Parks and Recreation down in the washes, and it also impacts our police department. On average, twice a week, the police department currently calls our right-of-way team for assistance to come and help clean up transient camps citywide. They may be at bus stops, they may be at the park and rides, they may be in the washes. They move throughout the city. So this team will be designated to mitigate all of the illegal dumping throughout the city, as well as assist the police department with providing transient camp cleanups. This particular component of the request is for the equipment purchase through the Highway User Revenue Fund. This will purchase a truck, a dump truck, a tractor, and a trailer. Shortly after my presentation, you'll hear Michelle Wojtenko get up here, and she'll be presenting on the field operations department, and she'll add on to this supplemental request. The next supplemental from transportation is for the regional ADA taxi program increase. This is something that we're contractually obligated to perform. It's through Valley Metro, and you've heard it in the past. We started out about 4 years ago. This program started out at about $215,000 a year to provide taxi service to residents with Certified Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA. We need to increase this amount by $360,000 to pay our proportionate share for these services. We started out at $215,000 4 years ago. We're now up to about $1.5 million if council approves this supplemental. The ridership increases or continues to increase. We don't know where the level is going to be, but I can tell you that the region is actively discussing how we can improve this program and assist everybody financially with it. Our final supplemental request is for the regional ADA taxi increase is funded from the transportation sales tax. Our final supplemental request is funded from the transportation sales tax, and it's for a full-time employee, a service worker, specifically for the airport operations. Currently, we have 6 full-time employees operating the airport 7 days a week. The hours run from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And we have an airport administrator and a management assistant. So to maintain the facilities and the 570-acre property, there's essentially 3 service workers and a supervisor. So this will add 1 service worker to that component or that team out at the airport. With that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to our transportation system, have you seen an increase or a decrease because of COVID with our ridership?
Mayor and Council, Councilman Melner, are you specifically referring to transit ridership?
Yes.
Yes, transit ridership plummeted through COVID. I indicated that we transferred or provided about 1 million trips this last year. It's normally about 2 million that we do. So we had about a 50% reduction. Ridership is back on the rise, so traffic is coming back.
And is that including all of our transportation systems, what is run by Valley Metro versus what we run ourselves?
Mayor and Council, yes, that's our fixed route service. That's where we experienced a 50% reduction. And our GUS program, our Glendale Urban Shuttle, as well as our Dial-A-Ride service also experienced declines in service, but they're all back on the rise.
So they haven't gotten, when do you expect those to get back up to where they were in previous, like in this next fiscal year, or what are your expectations?
Mayor and Council, I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that there's been a steady increase, so I don't know when we'll be back to what we considered normal. Our traffic overall experienced about a 30% reduction throughout the COVID period, and that's been steadily increasing back to now we're down. The last numbers I saw were we were down about 10% from what our normal operations would be.
Okay, and leading, if I may, I was leading into what our plans are for expansion of any of our transportation services, both in GUS and your other ground transportation. And I knew that, we've had a decline. I didn't know to the extent, but is that part of your budgeting process for the next year, or looking into any kind of expansion in any of our programs, or is that further down the road?
Mayor and Council, we're always seeking improvements in our transit division. We do in our CIP, we have the enhancement of 3 routes across the next 10 years in our CIP program to bring back services that were reduced years back. But we're also exploring what transit's going to look like in the upcoming years. There's a lot of evolution going on with the autonomous vehicles and the connected vehicles and just smaller rideshare kind of transit suppliers. So we're constantly seeking areas to improve.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Travis, before I ask my question, thank you for all your accomplishments here. You've served the entire city, but I want to thank your team for that. But I also want to just thank you for the right-of-way enhancements You mentioned 600 trees, 3,000 shrubs, and 400 square feet of rock. I think all of that's been in the Ocotillo district, and you're yet to get to the rest of the city. But I'll tell you, the residents have been very excited, and your team, I commend your team for keeping me updated on a regular basis, photos, phone calls, and emails. So thank you, both of you. I'm glad to hear that you are looking into the bus shelters. They've become a shelter for transits for homeless individuals. They're just camping out there. And I don't know how many are city or how many are metro-owned, but you're asking for equipment. I assume you have enough staffing already, FTEs, to operate that equipment to start cleaning those shelters?
Mayor and council, so that particular supplemental request, we're intending to use two 40-hour temporary staff to run that program. And Michelle Wojtenko with Field Operations will be coming forward to identify one of those positions as a supplemental. We currently have one in the Transportation Right-of-Way Division. So those two temporary positions will be running that program.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. And, you know, as the ridership increases, they're going to need those shelters, and as we get into summer. But there's some shelters, there's folks living in them overnight, days on end, weeks on end. So I don't know that this will help keeping them from living in there, but you'll at least keep them clean. So I'm glad to see you guys are addressing it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Eversole, you mentioned that you've refurbished 18 bus shelters and their amenities this year. Did we add new bus shelters?
Mayor and council, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. I believe we added 10 locations, but I need to double check my notes and get back to you on that.
Good, thank you. And I was interested in the estimates of how much our traffic volume dropped off during COVID and how much of it is coming back now. And I was excited a year ago when traffic dropped off as much as it did, because I remember the presentation that you made to us probably a year and a half ago about what the future needs for our transportation department are going to be with street widening, intersection improvements, and all of that. And as I recall, it was in the billions of dollars. And I was hopeful that this working from home concept would be something that would linger longer than it has, and that we would see, you know, even if we could sustain this current 10% reduction we might be experiencing now, or if we could get to 20 or 25% reduction in traffic, it would be a huge savings to cities. Just unbelievable how much money, how many billions of dollars cities our size would save, and a bigger city would obviously save even more. It's just as a note, if there's any way that we can design our cities, encourage our employers and employees to continue working from home or transition to working from home, the savings is phenomenal. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council.
Okay, does the council want to take a break, or do you want to keep pushing on? Why don't we take a 10-minute break? It's 10:54 now, so at 11:04. 11:04, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get going again.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, Deputy City Manager Rick St. John and I will be presenting the City Manager's Office budget, approximately $3.7 million with 23 FTEs. It includes the City Manager's Office Administration and the Code Compliance Division. One of the measures that I would like to highlight is our continued commitment to cascading our strategic plan down to the department level. So we will be sending 20 employees from 5 different departments to a virtual balanced scorecard training. Those departments are organizational performance, water services, community services, courts and human resources. And then we anticipate sending an additional 20 employees the following fiscal year. After they've completed that training, we do anticipate that those 5 departments will have their Tier 2 scorecards completed in fiscal year 2022.
Mayor, members of the council, for the Code Compliance Division, our goal is to open and close 10,000 cases per year and conduct a neighborhood of 30,000 inspections. As you can see, COVID had an impact on the Code Compliance Division this year, and so we're under the marks, but we anticipate getting back up to those marks next year. We can skip this one.
As you know, we were not able to gather like we normally do for any employee events this year. So our team created a week-long employee appreciation event, and it was virtual. So we held contests, we sent out videos, we also had a wall of kudos and a wall of pride, and we got such good feedback on those 2 features that we've actually kept them and extended them past the event. We did complete our What Works City certification site visit earlier this year, and we anticipate finding out the announcement on what certification tier we qualified for. And as soon as we get that information, we'll be sure to share that with the full council. And Assistant City Manager Vicky Rios was selected for ICMA's Kettering Institute on Race, Equity, and Inclusion. And it's a cohort of executives that are working together to increase equity and inclusion in local government.
On the code compliance, from the City Manager's Office, we also ran our incident management team for citywide response to COVID-19 this year, which took a great deal of time. We have recently run 2 points of dispersal or pods for vaccines for our employees, and we're running a 3rd. Actually, we ran our 3rd yesterday, I believe. So we've run 3. We believe the overwhelming majority of our employees who want to be vaccinated have now had an opportunity to be vaccinated, and we are ready with a next pod to allow family members of employees to come in and get vaccinated, which is something that the state and county have both moved to, so that it is a good thing. For code compliance, several accomplishments this last year, despite the fact that our numbers look low. There are some special projects that we were able to accomplish this year. We put together a community tool trailer, which is housed at the main at the City Hall and for use in neighborhood cleanup projects. It has the insignias of the Code Compliance Division on it, and then inside, obviously, it has the necessary tools for basic landscaping repair, things of that nature. And we're working with Neighborhood Services and the Community Services Department on utilizing that trailer a little bit more. We've also ramped up commercial enforcement. We've started on 59th Avenue from Camelback to Glendale. We are now on Glendale Avenue from 51st to 67th. We are also farther west on Glendale Avenue doing some work on temporary signs based on complaints, but it is ramping up on the commercial side. And you're going to see a request on April 13th to reclass an inspector to a senior inspector so that we can even do more on the commercial front. We did have a pre-notification letter pilot project that we ran this last year. We selected 2 areas, a little less than a square mile in each area. We went through, did an inspection, looked at the number of violations that existed in those 2 communities, I should say, and then we sent a letter to the violators or to the residences where violations were seen, and in the hopes that just by receiving the letter we would see some corrections. And we did see small corrections, 10 to 12%, before we went back in for a second inspection 30 days later, at which time we opened cases, and our compliance with open cases has been very successful in those areas. And so we will continue to work on this pre-notification letter project and move it around the city in our, I will say, our most desperate areas first. In addition to this pre-notification pilot project, we did a special project. So the Code Compliance Division has 8 grid inspectors, 1.5 inspectors that are dedicated to special projects. Our special project was in the Maryville Terrace this last fall, where we enforced inoperable vehicles, front yard parking, landscaping items in public view, those types of issues. We will continue to use that inspector and a part-time inspector to work special projects around our city. And we'll just keep moving that around the same way that we do with the pre-notification letter project. It'll never stop. We'll just keep it running nonstop. And we have 3 senior inspectors that, as I said, work on commercial and the more delicate cases, I'd say, on the residential side, 2 admin support people, and 2 supervisors in that division. And with that, we don't have any supplementals this year, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. St. John, thank you for your leadership in this role of yours. You've done very well. With regard to FTEs, the size of Glendale and the amount of proactive work that's required out there, I'm not sure as an individual that we have enough staffing. So with that said, are you working on any type of plan to benchmark that, to see if we do indeed, and then maybe come next year with some supplementals? You're not asking for anything, but I'm just wondering if you have a plan of action in place to start determining our needs.
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, I do. I'm working with organizational performance to look at the day of an inspector and how they spend their time, how many proactive cases, how many responses to complaints they can handle in a day, while administratively supporting those cases that they're opening and investigating. Just like in the police department, enforcement is kind of the same in both realms. You spend an amount of time actually investigating, you spend an amount of time in your day administratively supporting those investigations, and you spend an amount of time on a lunch break or travel time is kind of big. So we look at all 3 of those categories. We try to mitigate the administrative time as best we can, so they have tablets in their vehicles, they can do data entry through their tablets, which is a fairly new concept, which gives them more time for the actual investigating. What I'd like to do over the next quarter is really work with organizational performance to understand how many new cases or open cases an inspector should have. And that's a grid inspector, that's also the senior inspectors. Senior inspector cases, as I said, are a little more involved, so that'll be a lower number than the grid inspectors. But I need to understand what the day actually looks like, and then we can set benchmarks that are attainable, but let us know that the employees are working hard to meet those benchmarks. Once I have that information, I'll be able to come to council and tell the council, if you give us 2 new grid inspectors, this is what we can accomplish. But without that information, I'm not comfortable sitting before the council and just saying, we believe we need 2 more inspectors. We do believe we need 2 more inspectors, but again, I want to have the data to support that, and I want to be able to demonstrate to the council exactly what can be accomplished with those inspectors before we ask for it in the budget.
Mayor, if I may, Mr. St. John, thank you so much for doing that. I truly believe we do need more staffing, but you will have the opportunity to bring that justification. One thing I'd like for you to consider, and you probably already know this, a lot of offenders happen after 5 p.m. when we're gone, and during weekends, both Saturday and Sunday, not just Saturday. There's a lot of repeat offenders. We just can't get to them. And I know that previous to you, there was some action taken to ensure we're doing some weekends. Can you tell me how much weekend work we're doing now and anything after 5 p.m.?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, through COVID, we ceased activities on Saturdays. We only respond to complaints. We only send inspectors on Saturdays in response to complaints. In conversation with Mr. Bowling over the last week and a half or so, since the governor has rescinded most of his, or all of his executive orders now, we are set to put that inspector back on Saturdays. And with the metrics that I'm looking at, I'm really looking at 7-day-a-week coverage, because I agree. There are violations that only occur on the weekends when the entire family is home. And we need to understand that better than we do today and then enforce.
Thank you, Mr. St. John. Mayor, my last comment is what you just said. I strongly support 7-day operation, and I'm glad you're getting back on the weekends because that's when a lot happens that we're not seeing. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask that same question because I know the council funded an additional position basically in order to expedite weekend coverage because a lot of stuff only happens on the weekend, as you said. I just want to make sure I understand about the additional FTEs. So would that be, you're not requesting it, and so it's not, would that be a last minute budget request, or how would that, if you find out at the first, at the beginning of the first quarter, then it's not budgeted, then how would that work?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomolchoff, what we're going to do is the analytics in the first quarter. We'll set benchmarks. We'll make sure through second and third quarter that those are achievable benchmarks, that we haven't miscalculated anything. So by this time next year, approaching fourth quarter, we'll know exactly what our the right size of the code compliance division will be.
Wondering if I could, Mayor, if it's going to take us that long to find out if we actually need the people and if we should put a placeholder for the 2 FTEs in here, and that in the event where the benchmarks, we meet the benchmarks and say we need 1 more or we need 2 more, whatever we need. But if we don't put a placeholder in this year's budget, then we can't fund the positions until the next time we go through the budget cycle. So I don't know whether, I mean, I know there's most of us feel pretty strongly about code, and if we realize, you know, by by Christmas that we need more staff, we're going to have to wait until we budget for it, and then we're going to have to wait until we hire them. I mean, it's a long wait to get those people onboarded. So I'm just curious whether that wouldn't be that we allocate funding. We don't have to do it if we can't determine that they're needed or not. But it would be at least probably 18 months to get them on, you know, actually out in the field if we didn't have a placeholder for them. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but.
Mayor?
Mayor, thank you. Mayor, Councilmember Tomolchoff, the plan that I have, the timing of that plan justifies asking for the supplemental next budget cycle. I really need to understand in more detail the analytics behind the work that they do. So I understand the enforcement piece. I understand how much time it takes to do an inspection, to identify the violations, and then to do the administrative support behind that. We're going to a new data entry system probably in August, called SmartGov, and you saw a little bit in the budget and finance presentation on that. That is going to impact the amount of administrative time an inspector spends on active and open cases. It will reduce it, so it'll be a positive impact in the longer term. Anytime you switch to a new system, you have that time where you need to learn it. And so I really need 2 full quarters under these new benchmarks and with specific direction through supervision in that division on what inspectors and how inspectors should be performing their duties. And I really think that we're set today to be prepared to have a good conversation about the size of code compliance during our next budget cycle. Although I do understand everything that you're saying and certainly don't disagree that code is very important. I just want to have those analytics in place before I come before you and ask for any other employees in that division.
So and you said the first 2 quarters, which would put us at the end of 2021. So by then you said you would have enough data basically to at least make a decision. So my point is, then we'd have to wait until we adopted the budget. The budget wouldn't start until July 1st, 2022, and then, you know, it takes some time to acquire the employees and get them onboarded and all of that. So you're talking, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm just saying we can put a placeholder that we wouldn't have to wait necessarily if you determine that even 1 more employee is needed, then we have, you know, if we don't allocate the funding, then we for sure have to wait until the next budget cycle. So That's all I'm suggesting, is that we allocate funding for it, or at least we discuss allocate funding for it. And if you find out in January, you know, we need another person, the money's in the budget and you can go ahead and move forward with that instead of waiting until we adopt the next budget. And who knows what's going to happen between now and then anyway.
Phelps?
Mayor, members of the council, again, I think we certainly heard the message about accelerating this. We think we'll have tools to still do that with the way the budget is. That's why we have contingency funds available, and so we can monitor that really carefully. And then my suggestion would be to come back to the council towards the start of the second quarter and give a report on, and then we can lay out some ways we could accelerate the onboarding of additional staff. I think I have to compliment, Rick and the code compliance team. It becomes really easy sometimes just to add more staffing, but if you add more staffing to an inefficient model or systems that aren't really efficient, and so I think they really do want to dive down and look at capacity and try to make that efficient. But to your point, I think we will have options that we don't have to wait till July of '22 to bring more people on, and we'll plan on coming back, if that's your pleasure, maybe towards the start of second quarter of this next budget year.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. And I'm not advocating that we do or don't need the employees. I'm saying if the result of your data collection determines that we need more people, and we know that in January, I'd like to be able to not have to wait until the beginning of the next fiscal year where we even have any funding for the positions. So I'm not saying one way or the other. If we need them, I think all of us feel that code is super important to the overall presentation of our city. It's important to our residents, it's important to businesses locating here, it's really important. And if we determine that it's needed, then we don't have to necessarily wait until the next budget go around, which is what was being proposed. That's why I was questioning it. Thank you.
And I understand what Councilmember Tomshoff's saying, but at the same time, if 6 months from now you said, yeah, use some people, we could actually do a contract for 6 months, training that person until the following year. I mean, so it's not like we can't get the job done, but really it's going to come down to what you decide if you have a need or can even utilize a person. So I think there's a way of doing both. So anyway, go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. Oh.
Which
I don't care, any
I'll
either one of you.
I'll defer.
Thank you. Mayor, I agree with what you said. I think there are alternate ways if it's deemed necessary prior to an authorization for next budget year, in next year's budget. But I have to say a couple of things. Mr. St. John, I finally see a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel, the code compliance tunnel. It's taken a long time, but I think you're getting a handle on code and its strengths and its weaknesses. So I am in full support of your plan to further develop and enhance code enforcement. I do have one comment, and that is I am very grateful for the idea of the pre-notification letters and focusing in on geographical areas within the city. We used to do it, you're starting to do it again, and it was successful, and I have no doubt that your success will continue. I also like the idea of an inspector and a half being used for special events, which in essence is another way to use focus areas. So I think those two models are the right way to go and will make a difference in the long term. My one question is, what is the difference in duties between a senior inspector and just a plain inspector? Why do we need to do that bump up?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, a senior inspector helps with the supervision of the inspectors and answers questions, technical questions on their cases. They handle the more difficult or involved cases where there are different aspects of the law that apply. And then on the commercial side, the commercial code, it can be very tricky at times, as you well know, and it requires a higher degree of knowledge. And so the natural transitioning through the department would be inspector to senior to supervisor. And that inspector, or senior inspector, is kind of like a corporal, I would say.
Okay, we have 14 inspectors currently.
We have 9.5 inspectors. We have 3 senior inspectors.
And how many supervisors?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, we have 2 supervisors and a manager. We also have 2 admin support people.
Okay, thank you. So where the rubber meets the road is really with the 9.5 inspectors. And I would imagine after you've done the analytics, that that will be the area that would benefit most greatly from additional personnel. But I will await your analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. St. John. A couple areas I wanted to touch on. One was also the pre-notification letter project, the pilot project. I was encouraged to see you take that on, and we have good, I think, good numbers back from it. I thought they were a little higher, but if they're at 10 to 12%, in a department that has 9.5, 10 inspectors, a 10% resolution through a letter is almost the equivalent of a full-time employee. So if we can increase that effectiveness through the training of our residents and all, then that's money well spent and in the long run, money saved. So I think that's a great thing for us to see more of. As I do almost every year, I ask about volunteers, particularly in code, but also in other departments. But I'm anxious to see whether or not we can utilize volunteers in our code department. We've used them off and on in the past for wildcat signage and, lose 10 pounds in 10 days signs on the billboards. And I don't think any of us need to be reminded about how to lose weight. So anyway, but the signage, also on the letter program, it seems to me that some of that and the follow-up to a letter could be done perhaps with volunteers, just checking to see whether or not the issue's been resolved. But also on yard sales. I think it kind of feels like maybe COVID tamped down a little bit on the yard sales throughout the community, but regardless, I think residents need to know what the rules are around yard sales, and that volunteers, particularly on the weekends when we don't have a full complement of code staff, volunteers could be used to notice where the yard sales are and have a brochure mailed out to those individuals that have had a yard sale. It says, we hope it was successful. Here's the guidelines, how many times you can have them over the course of the year. You can't bring in merchandise from off your property to sell and that sort of thing. And as a way of addressing the continual yard sale problem or the having gone into business for themselves in a residential neighborhood yard sale problem. So I'd like to see you have time. When you have time, let's explore whether or not volunteers can be used. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. St. John, I'm looking at a report sent to me from your staff for March 2021, and I just want to narrow in on the web Q alert. It's only 53. Is there something we can do to increase our presence on the web for those who have the ability to submit code cases online? 53 seems quite low, and then the phone calls or call-ins were 52.
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, pushing Q Alert is something that we do plan to attempt. We'll go through Brent Stoddard's marketing team, use of social media to try to convince people to use Q Alert or Glendale One when they have complaints or concerns about their surrounding neighborhood.
If I may, so with regard to volunteers, I think we've all talked about that and we haven't seen it. However, there's your volunteers right there. If people know they can do it and do it anonymously, they're probably we're gonna increase. And so I'd like to ask that we it sounds like you're doing it, but advance any campaigns for getting that out so people know they can do it. Okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, members of the council, the next presentation is on the field operations operating budget.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here today to represent the Field Operations Department. And as Mr. Bessler spoke earlier, it's very important to have the right people on the bus and then find the right position for them. And with that, I'd like to introduce Charles Thomas to you. Some of you may have already met him. He has already made a difference in our facilities group, and he's taken on a new role in administrative. He's truly picked up and helped us with the budget, but the other thing he's really doing for the department is giving that focus back to facilities where we are truly a customer service-oriented organization where we make sure that we serve the public and our customers. So Charles put a great deal of effort into this budget, and I'm happy to have him here today with us. So as you hopefully remember, the Field Operations Department has 4 pretty diverse divisions: facilities, a landfill, solid waste, and fleet. So we have an internal focus as well as an external focus. Our operating budget is made up of many different funds through solid waste, landfill enterprise fund, the fleet chargeback fund, as well as the general fund, representing about $50 million annually. I can address any performance measure you want to, but I just want to focus on a couple here. We are meeting our measures, but really when you look at that first one, residential containers missed pickup, we saw a substantial decrease last year, and I really want to thank the solid waste group. This is despite our huge increase in tonnage that we've seen over the past year, which has been COVID related. Bulk trash was up 40%. Curb services, what we pick up at the curbside to all our residential customers, was up over 10%. And during this time frame, a lot of staff worked 7 days a week to make sure that bulk trash stayed on schedule and we were able to pick up people when we said we were going to. The reason this metric is here is that each miss costs approximately 8 times more than when we pick up on a regular scheduled route. So the more we drive this down towards zero, the more we save the citizens. So we're truly tracking this because this makes good fiscal sense for us. This next group of metrics is associated with our fleet, and we have, over the past year, as Councilmember Tomachoff brought up with the supply chain issue, we've experienced part shortages, shipping delays, and yet we've been able to reduce the number of vehicles in our fleet that are past due for preventative maintenance. And the more you do preventative maintenance on time, the longer the life of the asset. So that is really, really good news. The last metric there, our fleet downtime rate, less than 5%. So we've been able to still meet all the needs of the operating division. So if police needed 65 vehicles for patrol that day, we had 65 vehicles. What really is missing on this page is facilities, and I'll get to that here shortly. This is a list of accomplishments. I asked staff, tell me what you did this past year, tell me what you did well, and this is the list they came up with, and it's a very humble group. This is very short, and they missed a lot, but the big thing really that's missing from here, and I'd be remiss if I didn't explain it, was field operations ran logistics for the city, and it was really facilities that did that for us. About a year ago, they found a way to make disinfectant because disinfectant was not available. They found a way to move it from a 55-gallon drum to the spray dispersal that you can see. And then they took that process and they improved it and made it foolproof. It's as simple as today as, you remember when you get that cup and you go to a soda fountain and you push against a dispenser, it mixes carbonated water with a syrup. That's the dispensing system they've got in place today to make sure that our employees are safe, both within facilities who mix the chemicals, as well as our staff. They did the same thing with hand sanitizer and then improved the process. This group has also responded to over 500 incidents across the city to sanitize and disinfect to make sure their fellow employees and the public were safe, and we were helping prevent the spread. They researched and procured things like face masks to make sure that the city resources were being spent prudently. We weren't buying things that were fraud or would not protect people. You know, when you think of the facilities that have closed, you might think that that has actually reduced the burden on facilities. It did actually the opposite. Right now, the adult center's closed, and what that means to us in facilities is that there's not people there every day using it. So our staff is going in there several times a week, running the toilets, the sinks, to make sure that those flush valves and all the rubber and that stays in good condition, and we'll be able to open that facility as soon as possible. The other thing we've done in facilities, as Ms. Camacho said, was the results-driven contracting. We've implemented a new custodial vendor. There were some hiccups with that, with the transition, but essentially we're getting more service for less money, with the exception of landfill, and you'll see that here shortly. But the last bullet there, the implementation of facilities or asset management facilities, that's really been an in-house mandate this year. They've worked hard on it. There's been training obstacles, but we have now implemented an asset management system, and Charles has been a huge role in that, developing what it means and how we report on it. So next year, we'll be able to actually have good metrics to explain to the council what we're doing in facilities and what we could improve upon. We implemented that January 11th, and by the end of March, we have 592 corrective work orders in the system with a 92% closure rate. So just an awesome job within facilities. But I look forward to better metrics going forward in facilities. With that, here's our list of supplemental requests. This is the general fund. The first one is a CIP project manager. And you heard Mr. Bessler speak earlier. CIP project manager, this is developing capacity such that we can plan and deliver the projects within the CIP that have been presented. Within field operations, the CIP project manager acts as an owner's rep to make sure that what is built to the plans and specifications. He coordinates with the trades to ensure that it's maintainable, but it's more than that. It's moving the people out of their existing space into their new space, coordination with the using departments, and most importantly, making sure that the building is designed for its use. The last thing we want to do is break a good process or not be able to serve the citizens appropriately. And that's what this person does for us. And what you'll notice too, Mr. Bessler presented parts of it. I've got another part, and it's the same when I get to the other one. We were very collaborative this year. We talked amongst ourselves. There was no silos, and we tried to determine the best way and the best effort to come forward with these supplementals. So this is a CIP project manager that would be within field operations for our delivery of the CIP. The second and third position are our trades. This one is an HVAC, and the second one is a plumber. These are the ongoing amounts with these positions, and this represents our need to keep our critical assets in good condition. The next one is a citywide key control program. Charles was joking he should have brought his keychain with him, which is a large ring, probably weighs about 40 pounds. This program over time gets us to an electronic system where we can control who goes in and who goes out, and more importantly, get rid of those keys that have been around for years and we can't get into certain locations. So it gives us much better control on those doors that are controlled today with an actual key. So this is not access control, but it is an electronic key system. The next one is, again, building capacity. This is reclassing a supervisor to an administrator. Within field operations and the general fund, mainly facilities, we do a lot of very specialized contracts, and this upgrades that position to give them the additional technical requirements to be able to oversee some of those complex contracts and additional staff. The final request on this page is ongoing vehicle O&M for the CIP project managers. Last year, Public Facilities Recreation Special Event reclassed a position during the budget process. This is the ongoing O&M related to that position and one that field operations did during this fiscal year.
Mayor. Mayor. Ms. Wotanko, just explain the different duties between your project manager and the CIP project manager, and the one that is being requested by Mr. Bessler's group.
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Clark. So straight off, they are the same position. They would have the same responsibilities. But when you look at the amount of the CIP, and Mr. Bessler spoke of numbers in the millions of dollars, we've gone from almost none to hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We felt it was prudent that he get one and we get one. The one in Facilities acts more as the owner's rep to ensure that it's built, same as if you're building a house or you're doing a construction project, you want to make sure that it meets your needs. The engineering project manager coordinates between the trades. We coordinate internally within the city departments and the people that are going to maintain the building when it's complete. They work together collaboratively. It's not a redundant type position. It is very collaborative, and we're building the capacity between the two departments to ensure that we can deliver.
Thank you for that answer, but it does sound redundant to me, but what do I know? But I'm not sure 2 project managers for the CIP are needed. We're going from 0 to 2, and we don't even know how well one will do, and yet we're asking for 2. So I'm just a little concerned about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if I could just jump in on that a little bit. One of the things that are happening in the CIP starting this year is there's a huge focus now on facilities. You know, we've had, and we're kind of in a catch-up situation with facilities in a lot of different ways, whether it's maintenance or if it's capital. We have a operations center that is over $20 million. We have so many things in the CIP addressing even renovations and replacements of fire stations. One of the things that City Council also approves is millions and millions of dollars every year in job order contracting for facilities. A lot of those projects are heavy duty. Those are roof replacements and things of that nature. In supplementing what engineering can do, facilities currently has a CIP manager, right, Michelle? He has shown us how productive he is with reference to overseeing a lot of these projects. Like I've been up on the roof at Gripstick with him, walking it with the contractor. We have a roofing contractor that has a multi-million-dollar contract with us that's doing many of our roofs, catching up on things that we haven't done over the years. This is going to work in concert with that, especially simple things like the sign building, where we had an engineering project manager working, trying to manage more than one project. There's a lot of things that are happening in the near future, even city court rehab, that's awfully important. And Michelle talks about the collaboration, that's true, but I think the most important part of how the facilities CIP manager is working, they're working in concert with facility maintenance to have a much better handoff with reference to rehabbing a building and leaving it and having the input with reference to even things as simple as equipment installation. Let's say it's an HVAC system where a facilities focused person is going to be looking at how the filters are replaced in the HVAC unit. How do you access them? Where sometimes an architect or an engineer is trying to put the facade on, and before you know it, there's no easy way to get to that filtration system. So as Michelle said, it's more of a collaboration, but certainly from a workload point of view, I think that easily we'll end up with 3 CIP managers with probably a workload that is going to go up 5 and 10-fold over the years, and it isn't going to go away, especially with reference to all of the CIP facilities work that we see in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and do you, and then Councilmember Tomachoff, and then if anyone else has questions, let Michelle finish, and then we're going to go to lunch. Lunch is here, ready to go. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I disagree that we don't need to. I would advocate for more. You don't have to right now if you don't want to, but share the complexity of construction projects to the size of projects we have. And these, I don't mean guys as gender, but these guys eat and sleep these projects. They live them day and night, and I have experience in that. And I can tell you right now that you absolutely are going to need 2 project managers. So I am very supportive of it. These projects, they're so complex. If you miss a step, that can cost us tons of money. But if a step is missed in the construction process, that could mean catastrophic failure to a facility that we house people in. And so very, very complex work, and I'm very supportive of your FTE for another project manager, absolutely. But very, very complex work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So would this work, would a project manager also work? I know, for example, a facility that's a PRSE facility, and sometimes these things happen, but would they I think they're still doing it. They scope the work, they monitor the work, and sometimes a step is missed that ends up costing money to take care of on the back end. Would this prevent that kind of thing where you're collaborating with I understand using the person who's going to be responsible for the facility, but they probably don't have the expertise to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed on the project.
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Tomachoff, you're exactly correct. That's the need for these positions is to ensure all that coordination is happening, ensure none of that misses, and making sure that we get the top quality product that we pay for.
Perfect. I think it's needed. Thank you.
So moving on to the vehicle replacement fund for these positions. I talked about the plumber and the HVAC position on the prior slide. These are the vehicles needed for this. So this is one-time money that would be in the vehicle replacement fund for it. And then the 2 for the CIP project managers. As Mr. Friedline said, we have one and now we're adding 2 more. This gives us 2 project manager vehicles for 3 positions, and that's deliberate. We're looking at sharing those vehicles. That represents just a regular pickup truck. The trades worker HVAC is a little bit more. That's a service body truck. And then the plumber is, again, just a little bit bigger truck, a service body with a lift gate on it for the heavy equipment that they do carry around. This slide represents the Glendale Regional Public Safety Training Facility. There is 2 requests here. One is ongoing for contractual services that are critical building systems, such as our elevator maintenance and our fire protection system, the ongoing maintenance of that, and then the monitoring services. The second request is a one-time for the video and audio replacement for the gate. So when somebody pulls up to the gate, the guard can interface with them, find out who they are, and access that remotely. This next page is our landfill fund, and so while it's labeled landfill, it is the fund, so this also represents the material recovery facility and our recycling program. The first one, attorney services, is a one-time request and to support litigation services within the landfill fund. The next one is an increase in funding. This is our third-party temporary workers. As you may remember, our material recovery facility, the operating model there is to hire temporary workers from an agency. We have seen ongoing minimum wage increases, and this is needed to fund that contract to ensure that we have quality workers. And again, this goes across the 3 funds, so there is some of that, or the 3 divisions, there is part of that in the landfill as well. The next one's an increase in overtime budget. Last year, while we picked up additional tonnage in solid waste, we also saw a tremendous increase in the number of residents that came to the landfill, and part of that, we are serving now through overtime, and we need that. It's funded by the increase in the tonnage, and we also need it as we transition into the north cell.
I'm glad you brought that up. And I think a lot of the increases was the fact that people were stuck at home, and so they were doing home projects. Are you now seeing a decrease starting to happen because now people are starting to go back to work and starting to go back to school?
Mayor and council members, we are seeing it level off in some services and decrease slightly to our pre-pandemic level in others. The landfill is still seeing an increase. Bulk trash is still seeing an increase, and curb service has almost gone back to normal, the pre-pandemic level.
So the increases could be attributed to possibly just an increase in our overall population then?
Mayor, it could be. We are still seeing, though, people doing home remodel projects, landscaping projects. It's not near as bad as it was a year ago, but there is still what we think is a pandemic bump increase, and we're still looking for it to reduce slightly. We are watching. We're part of a valley-wide group, and other cities have already seen it reduce more. We're not quite there yet, and so we're anticipating it still dropping somewhat for us.
Flat fees still current, or has that gone back to pre-pandemic?
I'm sorry, Mary, I missed that.
Flat fees, the one-time fee that everybody was paying, is that the same?
Mayor, we are still charging the flat fee, and we are looking forward to coming to council to discuss that later this fiscal year. The next request we have is for an increased budget for credit card fees. When the pandemic started, we stopped accepting cash at the Scale House, and we have now been talking to residents and asking, well, residents are free, but talking to people and seeing, should we accept cash? And none of them want to accept cash. Everybody's going to a credit card type system. So it's actually our credit card processing fees. We just need that additional appropriation to pay those fees. The next request is contract labor funding. This is different than the one above it. This is actually a contract position. So this would be a semi-skilled position to do things like tire disassembling, spotting, and signage. And it's also due to our increased number of people we are seeing. And again, we want to do this through a contract to determine, is it a long-term position we need, or is it something that might go away in several months or years? And the final one, while custodial services went down most locations citywide, the landfill and the material recovery facility are going up almost $20,000 a year. And we did find out that it is it's a real market. They haven't changed the service level, the prior contract. So it's the one location where the custodial services went up with it. The next slide covers our solid waste fund. The first request is landfill charges, and this is what we believe to be our baseline increase. We tried to back out what the increased landfill charges were associated with the pandemic and get us back to what we were running over before, and if we bring it back to the baseline level, about $85,000 requested. The next request is for truck washing services. We found that debris may hide mechanical issues, so we did a small pilot on it this year, and the $51,000 is really a net because there's also a savings in overtime from having the equipment operator wash his truck to having a service do it. So this is actually going to be an efficiency. There's just a need to add that money in that line item. The next one, shop charges for solid waste. This is due to an increase in parts and contractual services. We did see a huge increase in parts costs at the beginning of the pandemic. This goes to supply chain issues, parts and shipping, and just the availability over the past couple weeks has hit us again. So this is shop charges for the solid waste fleet overall. The next request is for an FTE, and this is for a street sweeper position. The good news here is we have been able to procure a street sweeper through grant funding, and what this supplemental does is it takes our residential street sweeping program from 6 times per year to 12 times per year. So once a month, in residential neighborhoods to follow bulk trash so that neighborhoods are cleaned up right after the monthly bulk trash. It does include the position and related landfill tonnage, maintenance, and fuel associated with it. And I said the sweeper, the one time, is grant funded. The next position is an equipment operator for curb service. This is a growth-related position. Over the past couple of years, we've seen 800 homes added, and there's projected another 2,500, and most of those are already in construction. So this is to add an additional truck, person, and all the related expenses associated with that growth. The final one on this page, as Mr. Ebersol with Transportation discussed earlier, with the illegal dumping mitigation team, it's not a one-department issue, it's a citywide issue. We really got together and collaborated, and this is for the contract temporary funding for the position associated with it, and it will be a team effort to make sure that we're addressing this appropriately. The final slide. So the first here within Fleet Services, this is a total vehicle replacement program within our vehicle replacement fund. What we do currently is we have a fund for vehicle replacement. If any of those vehicles are involved in an accident and totaled, we actually set money aside at the beginning of the year, and then we wait for the insurance reimbursement, but we don't have the appropriation to pay to replace that vehicle. So what this does for us, it sets up a program that when a vehicle is totaled, we can then go ahead and order that vehicle immediately and then work with the insurance company on getting reimbursement. So it doesn't add to it, it just adds appropriation and allows us to replace the vehicle sooner than waiting for the insurance reimbursement. The next one is professional and contractual. As I said, within solid waste, we're seeing the parts increase in the cost and shipping going up on parts availability being more difficult for us to get, and this is the corresponding increase, allowing our fleet division to actually procure those services and the parts. The next one is software maintenance. On all our vehicles today, they're much more computerized than they have been in the past. This gives us the software to allow the technicians instant access to all those programs such that they can fix a vehicle much quicker. So it's essentially online diagnostic tools. The GPS program, we're requesting $30,000 to put GPS tracking systems on all new vehicles as they come into the city, with the exception of public safety. We've had this in solid waste now for a while. We've seen other departments come over and view it and request it. This really speaks to a lot of our metrics and helps us track where a vehicle is, how long is it sitting idling, and can we reduce the fleet? So every unit we put on, we do get a payback for. The next three are really, it's new tires, tire capping, and vehicle supplies. It's all associated with, again, the increase in parts costs, tire capping costs, and our parts costs through the parts operation. Just over time, all the contracts are going up slightly, and this is a corresponding increase. And Mayor, Council, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. I noticed in one of your slides, street sweeping. Man, talk about something that really makes residents happy. That's send a street sweeper out to their neighborhood and get that done. And so I'm glad to see that, because talk about quality of life. And it just excites everybody. We get phone calls in the office when the street sweeper goes out. So thank you for adding that. Very supportive of the FTE for that.
Thank you, Mayor. You probably, hopefully you've had a chance to look through this little packet that I passed out prior to the meeting starting. And I'm probably most of you are aware, there was a monopole switched out at Fire Station 156 at 69th Avenue and Deer Valley Road. And I know there's been a lot of discussion with the city manager's office, with Mr. St. John, with Don Bessler. The residents, if you've seen the pictures, that you can see why the residents are not happy about it. I mean, this is literally planted in their backyard. No notification, no anything. our design guidelines say two things, which you have a copy of. Under C, it says the tower should be located on a site in a manner which helps to minimize views from existing and future residences and nearby streets. And then the next thing below that says trees with tall canopy heights and other landscaping should be used to help screen towers and related facilities from surrounding views. So what I'm asking for, there are, as you can see, no trees with tall canopies in and around this monopole that people, I've been inside a couple of these homes. You can see this from inside some of these people's homes. I'm asking for this generates revenue. I'm told it's 34,000 and I think it's going up. It generates revenue to the city, and I'm asking because it's under facilities, I believe this is the appropriate place to ask for it, is an allocation to do what should have been done in my mind and in the residents' mind, is plant some trees with tall canopies around it so it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. I mean, that's what it looks like to the people who live around it. So I'm thinking, I know trees with tall canopies are expensive, but I think as the city, we should be the best neighbors these people have. And I know that we're working on better policy and better communications with the residents, but one of the pictures in here shows that I didn't realize that it was being moved to the back of the fire station. I knew it was being replaced, but I didn't know it was, and somebody came home from work one day and that's what they saw. I can say I wouldn't be happy with that. If it was my home, I'd be very upset if that was my home. So I don't feel like it's an unreasonable request to ask for an allocation of funding of maybe 2 years' revenue, $70,000, somewhere in that neighborhood, to park in the budget so that we can at least try to mitigate the views that what these people see when they're inside their home and in their backyard. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is exactly the right place to do it, although I think we can address your concern. I just don't know if this is the right department to do that in. Mr. Phelps?
Why don't we, I'll huddle up with, during lunch break, and we can come back and maybe provide you kind of next steps that we could, to work, that's what the council wants to do.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, it has to be in the budget somewhere. So that's what I'm asking for, is that, I mean, I don't think any of us would want this in our backyard.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you. I just don't know if this is the right department.
All right.
But we'll try to figure
All
it out.
right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, we're going to recess for lunch. But keep looking. Just keep looking for it. Okay, we're back. City Clerk's office.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The City Clerk's office has 7 full-time employees. Our total operating budget is a little over $1 million. And I'm going to make this brief and go right to our accomplishments. I think one of our main accomplishments for this year was that we were able to maintain our level of service during the pandemic and keep our employees safe. During that time, we also coordinated 2 city elections. One was candidates, and then one was the proposition election. And then we also implemented the first phase of the e-contract project so that instead of manually taking physical copies of contracts around for signature, we now do it electronically, and it's really speeded up the process. We have no supplemental requests. We have a status quo budget. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
That was great. That was way too fast. Let's just do it all over again. Questions? Questions? I think you're doing an awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Human Resources. Just set the new standard on time.
I'm very competitive.
He was already done.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and I'm here to present the budget for the Human Resources Department. As you can see, of course, we have our 5 divisions. Nothing's changed there. We do have 23 employees. As far as our budget is concerned, the bulk of our budget here is made up of our self-insured funds, our risk management trust fund, our workers' comp trust fund, and our benefits fund. And again, we're self-insured in all of those. As far as our performance measures are concerned, I'll go through a few of these here with you. We do have performance measures in the area of our strengthening workforce culture. We do engage a couple different employee groups in this area. We've got our inclusion network, our employee inclusion network, our Glendale Hispanic Network, and our Glendale Employee Engagement Committee. So we do engage employees from across the organization to ensure that we have an inclusive and a safe work environment for our employees. So you can see some of the things that we've done there. We've been limited in what we could do in live events for this last fiscal year just due to the pandemic, but we have been able to do some virtual events, and we've been able to impact about 280 employees through that. This next slide will just show you our demographics over the last couple of years. The first 2 bullets show you percentage-wise our demographics in hiring for fiscal years 18, 19, and 19, 20. And then you can see the next 2 bullets show the ratio of our employees based on our community makeup. And then that last bullet point gives you the latest information we have from fiscal year 19 and 20. We're right in there. There's always things that we can do to improve, and certainly we'll be working towards that through our recruitment process as well as our development process. Okay, in the area of our benefits, we have an ongoing goal to stay below the medical trend in terms of increases in our healthcare costs, and we've been successful in doing that. And the medical trend is around 7.2% for next fiscal year, and we're going to be coming in below that for what we're asking. So we've been doing a pretty good job there, and I know our wellness program has made a big impact organizationally. We do have a benefits and wellness committee, so we are working with our employees to find new ways to incentivize our employees in the area of wellness, and certainly it pays off.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, what is the actual, or if you have it, the increased cost to the employer average? I mean, I know it varies, but the percentage of increase that the employees are paying? for the
Mayor
medical?
and Councilmember Tomachoff, thank you. Yes, we're looking at, again, like we said, the medical trend was around 7.2%. On average, across all plans, we're looking at just over 5% increase. So, but if you break those out by tiers, we looked at utilization from each plan, and our highest utilized plan, the increase to that is our EPO plan, and it's going to be 6% for the new fiscal year. Our PPO plan, which is the next highest in claims and utilization, is going to be about 4%, and then our high deductible plan will increase by about 2%.
Okay,
So those
thank
are the
you.
percentages. Yes. Okay, and as far as our compensation programs, again, we monitor that on a regular basis. Every 2 years, we do a full-blown market study. We're not going to be doing one, we didn't do one this year, but we will be doing one next year. But we do work to maintain competitive pay ranges, and we're doing that. We're successful in doing that currently. As far as accomplishments, is that where we are? Yes. Okay, so a lot of our time, as you can imagine, in human resources and risk was spent in managing through the pandemic. And we were successful in doing that. We did have about half of our department coming back and forth, working from home, or you know, we staggered them between telecommuting and working in the office so that we had fewer people in our office, just to make sure that we stayed safe. But through the pandemic, and we continue to do this, but we implemented and administered our public health emergency leave for all Glendale employees. And basically, you know, as employees become exposed, we did offer, and legally, you know, we did this through legislation, but we did offer the 80 hours of public health emergency leave for them. So we did manage that. We managed the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, which was something new based on the pandemic, and that gave employees, if they had a you know, family member who was severely impacted by COVID and needed to be off of work for that, then this Leave Act covered them. Also, it covered them if they had children that were impacted, couldn't go to school, didn't have a daycare to go to. They were eligible for this. So we did manage through that. We worked with IT in all of our departments in transitioning over 300 employees to a telework status. And then also we assisted with, as Rick St. John said earlier, we assisted with emergency operations and securing and providing the vaccine to our employees. So we managed through those things while continuing to do the day-to-day things that we needed to do in HR and risk to service the organization appropriately. And then also, as you recall, I came to you in a workshop earlier in the year to, and we've implemented the success factors that we discussed. And so those are going well. So we were able to get that accomplished as well.
Mayor? Thank you. That was my question, and I'm going to kind of ask you to focus on that for a minute. It looks like a lot of the department's time was consumed with COVID-related activities. Obviously, something had to fall by the wayside to allow for the consumption of so much time on COVID-related activities. What perhaps did you not attend to this year that you plan on resuming in the coming fiscal year?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, thank you for that. As we implemented the success factors, one of the things that goes alongside with that is increased amount of training and development for our employees. With COVID and with the preoccupation of that, we weren't able to get as far along with that as we would have liked, but we're certainly ramping up and we're ready to tackle that in this new fiscal year. Okay, now we'll move to the supplemental requests. Along those lines, one of the areas that we really need to focus on organizationally was bringing back our tuition reimbursement program and getting back to something I think Councilmember Adama alluded to earlier in terms of developing our employees, allowing them, you know, career path development, those types of things. Tuition reimbursement would be a big part of that. So we're asking for the $150,000 to reinstitute tuition reimbursement for our employees. We also, let me stick with the training and development, so I'll go down to the bottom to the 20,000 for training and development. With success factors, we've identified by position what success factors are for each position within the organization. So to be very successful in this position, beyond just the technical skill sets, there are those softer sets that folks need to be competent in order to be successful. So the training and development dollars that we're asking for will help us to implement curriculum and other training opportunities to enhance career path growth for our employees but through the Success Factor program that we've already presented to you. Now going back to the second thing, there's the citywide incentive program. The city manager's already brought this forward to you at the very beginning of the workshop. And also we did touch on this in the workshop that we had when we discussed success factors. But the incentive program is based on innovation as well as excellence in service. And so the way this would function would be in December of each year, we would recognize those employees who had outstanding service that's been recognized through a nomination program. And then also those who have come up with innovative ideas that have saved the city time, money, brought efficiencies, and enhanced service in some way. So that we'll be working with a group of employees, committee that will review applications that come in for that or folks that have been nominated for that. That'll go through a secondary committee, and by the end of the fall, early winter, we'll be awarding those folks who've been successful and nominated for that.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I know you and I have discussed this previously, and I referred back to the memo from the city manager, the outlining the budget, and it's showing a proposed 1% COLA and a performance pay of 1.5% available to employees. So for the very highest performing employees of the city, 2.5%. And I've said before, I don't think that the head of an organization should be, I think the amount of increase you should be able to get should be equal. Obviously, the pay scales are widely different, but that the playing field should be level. We've got some, very, very, well, you just said, the medical premium increases are the 2.5% doesn't even keep up with the increasing cost of medical for our employees. So even if they get the 2.5% raise, if their medical goes up 5%, they're still going to be making less money than they were last year. So unless that this proposal is basically giving them a raise to get them to where they would be able to obtain a 4% increase, is that how is this proposal going to work, or is it just basically, I'm not exactly sure how specifically this is going to be rewarding employees. Is it just going to give them a check for $250, or how do you envision this working?
Mayor and Councilmember Tomachov, you're referring to the incentive program, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This will recognize those that have gone over and above what we would consider day-to-day duties and responsibilities of their job, and these are things that they have done that again, we may not have expected them to do in terms of a service that they provided, or even like we had said earlier, innovation. If they came up with a new process for getting something done and it saved the city money, or it's improved efficiencies there, then we haven't settled on how much that's going to be, but with $100,000, I would think we would be looking at anything from $1,500 upwards. In terms of what we could do for those folks that are really demonstrating that they've gone above and beyond in terms of their performance.
Andrew, I understand how you're envisioning it working. I guess my question is would this program make a 4% increase achievable for an employee?
Mayor, Council Member Tomachov, it's possible. It depends on what the employee's current salary was. I mean, and you'd have to combine the 2.5% if they got that with whatever bonus amount they may have gotten from the incentive program. It's possible.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So this would be basically like cutting a check. This wouldn't be like an increase, where normally a merit increase. You
Correct.
have the benefit of accumulation, which also basically helps the employee cover ongoing increase in medical costs. The accumulation of salary increases helps them keep up with other costs. So, but this is completely different. This has nothing to do with the proposed increase is 2.5%, and that's it then.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachov, this would be a one-time, sort of a bonus, is how we would look at that for their performance. So it wouldn't go to the base. And if I could make one clarification on premium. So if there's, let's say, a 6% increase in premium, I don't have the dollars in front of me, but that may be somewhere around, $35 to $50, somewhere in that ballpark in terms of what that might be. So it doesn't equate with a 2.5% increase to a salary of, say, $60,000. So there's a bit of a difference there, but it does impact, as you've said, so.
Mayor, if I could continue, you said I asked for the employee, is the total premium increase, let's say 6%? Is that 3% on the city side and 3% on the employee side? Because I was looking for what the employees' increases are getting. So I just want to make sure that
Right.
we're on the same page there.
Mayor and Councilmember Tomachov, that's on both sides. So
Okay,
that's
so
the city and the
6%
employee
each.
both
So
combined.
that's my
Correct.
concern, and I was quite clear. I feel like the amount of achievable increase should be achievable by the highest performing, not every employee, but those that are highly performing, because I can tell you, I've talked to some other cities, their increases are going to be more, and there's a cost to us for recruiting people that leave, and I want to go back to the turnover slide. I think this is all related in my mind, that the turnover, let me find it, it's a few slides back. It costs us money to lose people who feel like they're not being fairly compensated, and, or that they're underappreciated. So I really would like to consider figuring out a way to, I don't even think 4% for the very, very highest performing employees is too much to ask. It should be achievable. If it's achievable for one person, it should be achievable for all. That's how I feel about it. Thank you. If I could, Mayor, I just wanted to go back through the turnover. The turnover in 2019 was 8.6%, 2020, 13.7%, estimated 10.6% turnover. So, I believe that some of this is related to our compensation increases are below our neighboring cities. So, thank you.
Phelps?
Yes, I think Jim actually did clarify that. So we've actually, with our medical premium, done a really good job. In fact, we're going to have some programs if you've been vaccinated, and with the wellness credit and with the vaccination credit, actually some people will actually see a slight decrease in their premium share for the employee. So we just want to make sure that the increase is on the overall amount on that. The other thing we've tried to do, I know I do talk to other city managers, and in terms of what they're doing, and it is kind of all over the board for the coming year. But just as a reminder, the council kind of got committed to doing a market study every 2 years. Most city managers that I converse with don't have that kind of built into their deal. So sometimes they fall a little bit farther behind, which means the catch-up has to be a little bit more. So we do. So we had examples in our last rate study where a number of employees received far more than a 4% increase because we're readjusting the base. So our goal has been to try to, not to have gigantic spikes, so you can kind of plan it out more in the future. And so again, as Jim said, we'll start conducting in the next budget year another market study, which will also be being factored into the increases.
Actually, Councilmember Clerk's next, then you're next.
Mr. Brown, doesn't that turnover rate include those people who retired or left the system for that reason?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, it does. It includes all reasons why, and and that turnover rate is only incorporating the non-represented employees as well.
Okay. So it isn't just that people have jumped ship and went to
Correct.
another city. we have a fairly, we're beginning to get a younger workforce, but we have a lot of people who have been around for a long time too, and who retire. And so I think that has to be taken into consideration as well. I wanted to get back to your training and development slide, which is still up, with a line item of $20,000. Exactly what kind of training and development are you doing for $20,000? Because that doesn't seem very much to effectively train a lot of employees in the organization.
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, typically for purchasing curriculum or bringing in outside training, it wouldn't be. But this $20,000 would be added to the existing funding that we have in there. And ultimately, we would be developing our own curriculum. I've tasked our organizational development manager with recruiting trainers, strong supervisors within the organization that we can train to teach. They've got experience, they know the Glendale processes, and working with them to help teach maybe 2 to 4 times a year in supervisory training courses. So really using the resources that we have already within the city, pulling in folks that are interested in being part of our training team, and we would almost have what we would call maybe a Glendale faculty, and we would put the curriculum together around the success factors, having folks that are strong in the area of customer service, teaching those excellence in service programs, strong supervisors, teaching other supervisors how they do it and how it's done the Glendale way. So that's what those dollars are going to be incorporated to do for us.
Very good. It's a good answer. I have just one comment on the citywide incentive program. If I invent a new widget that Glendale uses and it saves the city $20,000 a year, that's $20,000 a year for infinity, or as long as that widget is used. I personally would like to see us reimburse that or award that employee the cost of the first year's savings. It could be a lot of money or it could be a little bit of money, but that's a real incentive to get people to innovate, create, or come up with a new way of doing something. Is if they realize that a cost saving to the city, they should realize that as part of their paycheck for the first year. Thank you.
All right. The other piece in here.
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment again regarding the citywide incentive program, along with some of the comments that have been made. I'm excited to see this program coming forth. I think it's going to be a great opportunity. I have always been a promoter of this type of a program in any organization because I think it provides an opportunity for an employee to really look around and see what they can do to make things better in their department and make some suggestions, and if those suggestions become fruition, to have some sort of reward for having thought outside the box. So I'm very supportive of a citywide incentive program, and I do hope it can grow in the future. And I think as employees recognize that if we can come up with programs and ideas that are going to save money, that are going to make us better as a city, that they should be rewarded, and they will be rewarded. So kudos for having brought forward this program.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, so just so I'm clear, the cost of living adjustment that you're proposing be in the budget is 1% cost of living?
Mayor, Council Member Turner, that's correct.
And then the pay for performance, or I forget the word we use for it, but the
merit pay.
The merit pay side of it is at 1.5%. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So the max raise under normal circumstances that a high-performing employee would have available to them is 2.5%.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think I share the concerns of Councilmember Tomachoff that we may not be able to stay competitive at that. And we put a lot of effort into, tightening our belts and reaching our fund reserve and all of that. We've done it. We're experiencing some great success at this time in development that brings revenue to our city, and I just feel like we're not perhaps showing enough love to our employees. I think we should think a little more seriously about, I'm not sure that, do you have a study that shows that 1% is the right number for a COLA, for instance? And
It's approximately there, yes. It's, I think 1.3%, somewhere in there is what we're seeing.
Well, then, and I don't know if we've hit COLA in previous years either. If it's 1.3, then we should do 1.3 or 1.5 in COLA. We shouldn't cut the COLA increase short of what the inflation and cost of living is for our employees, and then feel like we're also giving them the opportunity for a 1.5% merit, because they aren't really getting that. They're just, so I think we should drill down on this number on both sides of this, and as to make sure that our cost of living adjustment is truly objectively reflective out of fairness, and that if a 1.5% is all we think we can do in merit pay, then I happen to think we might be able to do better. It doesn't mean every employee will get 2%, or whatever number we choose. But if we're trying to inspire and reward employees, I think it might take a little bit more than that. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, if you took all of our comparative cities, where are we in the spectrum as far as pay?
Mayor and council members, it depends on the position. We don't necessarily do it collectively, but it does depend on the position. But we make certain, and we just did this in our last comp and class study, that we're plus or minus right at the midpoint, right at the 50th percentile. So we're right in the middle. Some positions are a little bit higher, and but for the most part, in general, we're in the middle with our non-represented pay ranges.
Mayor, the most valuable asset we have as an organization is our employees. We don't have anything more valuable of employees. And a 1% COLA when Social Security Administration announced 1.3%, we're not even keeping up. We're not even keeping up with what Social Security Administration says is what the cost of living adjustment, most minimum basic cost of living adjustment that we should be giving to our employees. And this, I know, the cost of food has gone up, the cost of gas has gone up, the cost of everything has gone up. We talked earlier about the supply chain. The cost of goods and services is going to continue to increase, and it's unnecessary strain on our employees. And I feel strongly that not one person in the organization should be able to achieve a higher amount of an increase than anyone else. Based on the structure of the organization, the playing field, I believe, should be level, and I feel really strongly about this. There's probably so few people who would be able to actually get a 4% increase. You would have to be knocking out of the park every single day, in my mind, to be able to actually achieve that. But we have employees here that do that, and I think they should be rewarded. So like I said, we're not even keeping up with what Social Security says is that a COLA should be. So I would ask that we at least, sharpen the pencil and see if we can do better for our employees. Thank you.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, while we're talking about all this, I don't have a complete understanding. What exactly are all the benefits that our employees enjoy right now? from vacation, time off, sick, what are all the benefits?
Sure, it's a big list, Mayor, Council, or Vice Mayor. It's a big list. Certainly, we offer medical benefits, dental, vision, life. We offer, and obviously through the ASRS, it's approximately 12% that the city matches on that. We also have a cap of 400 hours for vacation leave. They can also earn sick leave. We don't cap sick leave. Those two things are, if an employee leaves the organization, then those are converted to cash as a payout. So those are some of the, we also, for those who need to use a phone, we do offer phone allowance. So there are several things that we offer out there.
Well, how many sick days a year can they acquire?
I believe it's 114 hours, so that calculates to however many days.
Okay. Does vacation time, the longer they're employed, do they get added vacation time?
Mayor and Vice Mayor, yes, they do. And I don't have the chart in front of me, but yes, I think after a 10-year period, then you can earn the max in vacation time.
What is the max?
On an annual basis, I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe it's around 3 weeks, somewhere in there.
Okay, well, that'd be good to know, to get, you know, all the advantages of being a city employee. I'd like, maybe you can get a list and send it out to all the council members.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, one thing that was brought up, I was sitting here thinking about, and it was being compared to 1% is less than or is equal to the same cost of the insurance being raised, but the insurance isn't based upon the salary, it's based upon the cost of the insurance premium. So 1% of the insurance premium is far less than a lot of times if somebody has a salary of $65,000 or $75,000 or $85,000. So, you know, we got to compare percentages evenly. I just wanted to point that out. You know, I've owned multiple businesses for years. My wife just ended a 32-year career with the company she was with, and after 32 years, she ended with still getting 2 weeks paid vacation. Half the holidays that the city pays our employees, my wife had to go to work on. So I don't think we're being unfair. Is there a way to make it better? Yeah, I think there's always a way to make it better, and I think that's what the incentive is designed to try to do. But if we're in the middle somewhere of competing cities, I don't know if somebody's going to quit us over $50 a month. And if they do, were they happy here to begin with? I mean, honestly, it's a lot of times people will stay working, as my wife did, stay working for the same company because she just loved where she worked. She loved the people she was with. It was a family. So, you know, I just caution everybody that we don't get into a situation where we're giving so many pay raises that in the downturn, and I believe that we will have one soon. That's my gut feeling, that we're all of a sudden we're not laying people off because we can't afford it. That's my biggest concern. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So kind of a similar story, but I've worked for public sector all my life. This is my 31st year in public sector. It's all I know, public sector. And it is really frustrating as my time growing through the public sector when I'm outperforming my coworkers, but yet year after year after year after year, we get the same equal pay raise. And the elite employees are getting the same, so we never get an incentive. So it's really, really frustrating. I've served on a school board where I had to support our support staff, just like I'm doing here. And it is absolutely appropriate for there being an incentive much greater than just some can attain, because that's how you make better employees in an organization. But I'm product of outperforming some, and there's others who outperform me. But it is absolutely appropriate. It really is. And I do want to comment on the organization here. This is a absolute great place to work. We are a great employer. One of the greatest things I look for in my employer is stability of the organization. This city of Glendale has 4 strong legs on it, and that's because of the leadership in this room right here. And I want to make sure that I can pay my note. I want to be able to go borrow to pay for a vehicle and have a job the next morning to pay that note. And that is extremely important. And you can quantify that, Jim, you can. I think salary increases for employees are absolutely important, absolutely important. But the structure of, or the stability of the organization is even greater, because you can go back to your family and tell them, I have a job for a long time. But we do have great benefits, as the Vice Mayor mentioned. We have great vacation, and we have great health benefits. So I think there's more than just the salary. But it is appropriate to have salaries or incentives that are greater that only a few can reach, because that makes great employees. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that I'm being clear as to what I'm talking about. 4% is not arbitrary, and I did not pick the 4%. 4% was put out there, not by me. But what my point is that it should be achievable for the highest performing employees. That's all I'm saying, is that and I think it speaks to the organization, is that our highest, that the playing field is level for every single employee in the city, that they can attain that. And I didn't make that number up. That number was brought up someplace else. So that's not a number, an arbitrary number that I picked, but when those conversations were happening, I was quite clear and that I thought that that should be achievable for our other high-performing employees. So this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Mayor? Mr. Brown, when you said we were in the middle, was that with regard to salaries or salaries plus benefits?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, we're competitive in both. We're probably on the higher side when it comes to benefits. With salaries, again, I don't want to blanket every single position in the organization as being in the middle. We have some that are higher. It just depends on the position, how difficult it is to fill. But in general, our philosophy is we're looking to make sure we're at least at that midpoint of other organizations.
And I think that's the point that has to be remembered as well, is that each city designs their own benefit package, and those are all over the place. So it isn't just a matter of looking at the salary of the employee, but also what kind of benefit package is offered by a particular governmental agency. And I am comfortable that we are where we need to be right now, because I am concerned just like the mayor. I think inflation is going to go up. I think tying it to the COLA or inflation is the wrong thing to do right now, because I think they're going to go through the roof over the next couple of years. And we may be in a position where we cannot simply not afford to match those things, and setting a precedent or a policy that requires us to do so may portend worse things down the road. I am comfortable with what we're getting, what we're giving to the employees this year. I very much like the incentive program. And we give tuition reimbursement. You want to go higher in the organization, you want to make more money, you could go back to school, and we'll pay at least a part of that cost of returning you to school to be even better educated than you are currently. There are so many good things about Glendale and Glendale's employment program. And I just hate to mess with it right now. I'm bowing to staff, their recommendations. They know what we can afford. They know what the trends are for the future. And they are continually innovating and looking for new ways to recognize outstanding employee performance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not advocating that we establish a new policy or we do anything precedent-setting. Every year in this budget process, we discuss what we feel is appropriate and available, possible to do for our non-represented employees. So what we do this year doesn't mean we have to do the same or more or less next year. I think it is worth keeping in mind that if our target is to be at the mid-range for non-represented employees among our peer cities here in the Valley, but at the same time for our represented employees, we want to be in first, second, or third place. Why are we establishing that disparity? We have the highest paid city manager for our peer cities in population here in the Valley, and yet we're not even offering a base raise that keeps our employees up with the cost of living. And then the max raise that the high-performing merit raise earning employee can get is 2.5%. And if that's the case, then I think what I hear Councilmember Tomachoff saying is, then that should be the max for any of our employees. None of our employees should be able to get a bigger raise than our average or median or any other employee on a percentage basis. Now, I'd be interested to see, it's a number that we haven't seen that I'm aware of, but for example, where do our top 25 earning non-represented employees compare to the top 25 in other cities here in the Valley? I'm not saying we're paying higher, but I'm not saying we're paying lower. I don't know. Are we paying higher at those ranges than other cities are? And I know that there's a cost to the city when an employee leaves and we have to hire to fill their place. So our turnover number is certainly better than it was 5 years ago, when, 6 years ago when some of us came on board. But it's really not a number that we can make a whole lot of comparison to if it's not distinguished between those who leave and are headed to retirement versus those that leave and are headed to other employment. So I'd be interested in future studies if we could distinguish that number and as to what's the true turnover where we're losing skilled trained employees elsewhere. And then of course not every employee leaves because they want to, and it shouldn't, that's fair enough. It's how it should be. But I hate to think that we're only giving lip service to our employees being our most valuable asset. Thank you.
Hating this thing, but I guess I will. 2 years ago, I think it was, we had several employees that were way, way behind skill. And I know we gave some very hefty raises to several people that was far, far more than 6-7%. Is that correct?
Mayor, that's correct.
So with the logic that was just given a minute ago, we wouldn't have been able to do that. We would have had to maintain that nobody's over 4%. That's the problem with it. You can't have one thing that fits everybody. We have to adjust constantly year after year to what all the other cities are doing. And that's just the nature of the beast. It just is. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I think he's referring to market adjustments, and those are completely different than merit and COLA increases, aren't they? And you bring somebody up to market, then they're not even eligible that year for the if it puts them over, they're not even eligible, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, it depends on the amount of the adjustment, but what we're referring to, yes, is market adjustments after the class and comp study, correct?
Right.
The whole purpose of the market adjustment is to try to get us back, the employees back up where they should be.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is not that we don't offer great benefits and that we don't offer a great work environment and that everything, I'm not arguing any of that. My point is very simple, is that not one single person in the organization should be able to achieve a higher % increase than anybody else. That's it. I'm not arguing about vacation or medical or any of that. I'm just saying that, and I believe that the cost, it would end up saving us money. I really believe it would end up saving us money in the long run because we'd be able to recruit better or higher level employees. It'd be more attractive to recruit people, and we would be able to retain people. I think it in the long run, I don't know if there's any kind of study that it would end up saving us money. That's how I believe, because we don't have anything more valuable than the employee. So it's not about whether or not we offer enough vacation and 400 hours bank, and I agree with all of that. I'm only talking about the amount of increase. What's achievable for one should be achievable for all. If you're non-represented, that's my only point. Thank you.
Mr. Phelps.
Mayor, members of council, again, we appreciate the input and the support for our staff. That's I know it means a lot to us. Just a couple comments. One, with regards to the citywide incentive program, again, this was kind of born out of prior comments during budget period with the council. We started with a number knowing that the first year to implement the plan, we were going to learn a lot of lessons. And so it was really important for us to keep it scaled to where we thought we could implement it and kind of learn the lessons. But we see this as being, a number that will likely increase, especially when we get a chance to kind of measure how successful the program managed. And so this is really what, in our mind, is kind of almost like a pilot project to get going, but that number can certainly increase higher. the city of Rancho Cordova, just outside of Sacramento, they have worked their incentive and innovation program up to where it actually represents 10% of the annual payroll every year. And so, they grew into that amount and were able to really put some good structure. So, again, I know that Jim and his team and our employees have been working on it, are working really hard. And so I would agree that the 100,000 probably doesn't move the ball where we want it to go, but we didn't want to go out and have it be $2 million and then really struggle with how we would implement it. With regards to the turnover, again, that's correct. The 2 years preceding my arrival here, we had 1 year of 20% turnover, the next year of 19% turnover, and that was certainly something that during the interview process, as I was going onboarding, that council really said we really need to get that back down into single digits, and so I think we've done a good job of doing that. There's not an ideal number per se. From my experience in an organization this size, if you exclude retirements or retirements for health issues, 0% is not healthy. It's not the right number because then you don't really get a chance to bring kind of new energy and new thoughts and new concepts to the deal. So I think that we'll come back with where we think the number should be, but really I think in the 6 to 9% range turnover when you include retirements and the other thing actually is a good target goal for us to try to achieve every year. But again, going back to the citywide incentive program, this really is, in our mind, is just a beginning placeholder, and then we're really excited to work with the council and show the results of the program so that when we're here next year during our budget time, we can start, that number can be more reflective of the priorities for the council. Thank you.
And I'm sorry to beat the dead horse, but this is my last comment. I'm wondering whether there would at least be a consensus of the council to have them bring us a number of what 4% would look like for the top, I don't know, maybe whatever, 10% of employees. I mean, this is something that would be, not achievable by every single employee. And what we might be talking about a very small dollar amount. But I would like to at least know, like, what would that look like as opposed to what's being proposed is 2.5. That's a difference of 1.5% for maybe 10% of the employee population. If nobody's willing to even look at that to see what that even looks like, then forget it. But I just wanted to ask if anybody would at least be willing to look and see how much are we even talking about?
Hey, maybe there's a compromise here that would work, Mr. Phelps, and maybe you can help me out with this. What if we took the top 10% across the city, non-covered, and instead of try to get them a 4% or an additional 1.5%, what if we just gave them $1,000 bonus that year? I know that sounds pretty crazy, but $1,000 will get anybody's attention. It did. Everybody hear why it got in there?
Mayor, I think, we can certainly, we have plenty of time within the budget process to think about that and what the implications are at. Again, the budget that's been presented is based on, kind of maintaining fund balances and you may decide there's a priority you want to kind of move off to the side and use those dollars to fund, and we could use existing fund balance to do it. I would not want to say caution, but one of the challenges is we talk about nobody should make, more than a set amount. We obviously have close to 800 employees that are represented by an MOU. And so, I guess before trying to do it up here, I need to think about the implication. So it would maybe, are we taking the top 10% of those non-represented, what that would be? Is that factoring in the 2.5% increase and those things? But we can circle back and have some discussion.
That was exactly my thought. Non-covered employees, and even if they got the 1% and the 1.5%, the top 10%, then an additional $1,000 bonus.
The biggest challenge, and this is what we've been trying to focus on, is we're trying to provide a structure where when we define what the top 10% is, that we have a good model to use. Because if you're 10.1%, and you're that one guy or one person who just fell out of that 10, being eligible, you may, we got to make sure that, who we determine is in that 10%. is deserving of it. And that's a real challenge. I mean, it's because you get all types of individual perspectives and stuff. So we can come back and in fact, we could open up the next workshop on Thursday morning. We could spend a few minutes at the beginning just to have some more discussion on this.
Tim?
Thank you. The other item up here that I still need to cover, it's the legal fees for our PSPRS board. We do need to, by legislation, we have to have an outside attorney. We can't use in-house attorney for that. So that's what that $24,000 represents. And we move to the supplementals for our risk management trust fund. We're asking for an increase of $1.9 million for the trust fund itself, and that's due to the rise in things that we see out there now, for example, natural disasters, catastrophic events, property damage. Those types of things are pushing the market higher and higher. We've also seen increased lawsuits in the area of public safety, those types of things. So all of this comes together to form sort of the perfect storm, if you will, for our risk management and insuring our property, insuring for liability, for lawsuits, that type of thing. So the market has hardened, and that's for risk management, that's all encompassed in the increases that we see here. And the second item there is really it's a resource for us organizationally to utilize the employer council membership. It's $15,000 a year for that membership, but that provides us with, for example, when the laws were enhanced for COVID, we could have used the council membership to go out and get just-in-time policies, things that would cover the FFCRA, which is the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We would have ready-to-go policies. We would also have training for our HR business partners so that they could then advise departments and how to manage through it. So that is just some of what the employer council membership gives us, and it also provides us some protection in terms of some liabilities with the training and the other things that they provide. It protects us from liability. In the area of workers' compensation, and again, Mr. Phelps alluded to this earlier, but with the potential increase in costs from presumptive cancer legislation, there's also increase in PTSD, and you can see down at the very bottom, we're asking for additional dollars for that in terms of our counseling services program. But all of those things work together to increase our costs in the area of workers' compensation. And again, we've talked about the Benefits Trust Fund increases, the 6%, 4%, 2% increases per plan. So that's in here, as well as the EAP Traumatic Event Counseling Services that we've seen increase, and that's due to the Tiger Act that we're in compliance with now. So that is the budget presentation for risk and HR, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, the next presentation is on the Innovation and Technology Operating Budget. With that, we'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Murcia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Feroz Murcia. I'm the new CIO, joined last August, and happy to be here. And I think I'll take a few minutes, if you allow me, to introduce myself and just to give you a little bit of an overview of what these 8 months have been in terms of my observations, first impression, and where we are, and then we'll get into the budget. So I started my career about a little over 20 years ago with Oracle. Been in IT industry ever since in various industries. Most recent work was with LA Metro, focused on technology governance, information security governance, preparing them for 2028 Olympics as far as their security governance program is concerned. And the last focus area was around data governance overall, both from the use of data in terms of becoming a data-driven organization, and also from the perspective of security, privacy, and other controls. In terms of academics, completed my master's while I was in Pakistan in economics, did my MBA here, did my postgraduate studies in advanced project management at Stanford, and professional certification in technology governance, security risk and compliance, and data privacy engineering. So 8 months here now. Few observation. Started my journey here at Glendale, meeting with my peers just to kind of understand what their strategic objectives were, with the objective to support them as an IT leader and make sure that my team and the technology that we have in the city enables them to perform and deliver their strategic objectives. So we wanted to understand what their objectives were, what we were doing from an IT perspective, things that we can improve, things we should maintain and continue to do. Very positive response overall. Did the same thing with my team. The first observation, the team is phenomenal. The amount of work that they're doing with the manpower or resources available to them right now is exceptional. And this is my unadulterated observation coming in from outside, looking at what LA Metro was doing, a much larger organization, and what we are able to do and deliver. And you'll see this in the presentation, and I'll point out some of those things to you. What we can do with this team like this, we can do a lot. If we right-size it, sky's the limit. And that's my observation so far. With that, we can move to the operational budget discussion. Oh, pardon me. Okay. So, information technology organization, 17.6 million in budget, 35 FTEs today. Our mission is to make sure that we enable the entire city to leverage technology to deliver services to our citizens and our constituents. Make sure that we are operating in a mode of continuous improvement. Technology changes, processes changes, and we want to be a step ahead of those changes and make sure that we are proactive and not reactive. From a budget perspective, we got about 4.6 million in salaries, 832,000 in internal services, and our operating budget is at 12.1 million. Next, we're going to talk about some KPIs. So a perspective we have to keep in mind here is that these numbers that you see here are in the middle of COVID. Every organization was stretched to the limit, and if you look at the trend, we were able to not only meet but beat our SLAs across the board. So whether tickets that were not reopened, whether the SLA was met, whether the customer satisfaction is concerned, you look at all those KPIs that were met and exceeded, and we continue to do that, and we plan to maintain that going forward as well. The important piece is, if you look at industry data in terms of how our support function works, how our SLAs are being handled and supported, our service desk today, from a employee to service desk ratio, is 308 employees to 1 service desk resource. A worst case scenario in the industry, it's 200 to 1. So we are stretching the limits in terms of how we support the organization. And now you compare and contrast the SLA's attainment, the KPIs that we are delivering, we're exceeding the limits of our capability. And this is just one example, and we'll see other examples where you'll see the talent and skill of this team in terms of delivering innovative solutions. So with that, we come to accomplishments. And this is a partial list, but something that we feel as a team is important that we highlight here. So the first and foremost, enabling the entire city workforce to be mobile and work remote. Now, this is one line item. Underneath that are several different initiatives and projects that we undertook. You all experienced and used Teams and Zoom, and then we continue to use that, and it's become a new normal. It required a lot of planning, coordination, and technology and connectivity, and this team here was able to produce that without creating any major disruption, and you saw that in our SLA numbers. We enabled VDI capabilities, enhanced our server capacity so people, when they are remote connecting to our network and environment and critical application, they were able to do that in a seamless manner. Where there were cameras and headphones were not available, we talked about earlier about supply chain. In this case, the supply chain example was most pronounced. Everybody was ordering laptop. We were ordering laptop as well, and we were able to get those as efficiently as possible, enable the workforce to work remotely without major disruption. And finally, when you talk about remote workforce or any kind of workforce, cybersecurity is front and center today, and it is a priority as a nation for us and for everybody around the world. So we enabled multi-factor authentication to make sure that our critical assets in terms of data and application is protected. And all that was underneath that mobile workforce or remote workforce enablement. The next we did, and this was an innovation not in the sense that broader technology innovation, but innovation in the sense of us as an organization. Our previous cybersecurity program was an annual program that we conducted the training once a year. In this case, we introduced a modular program to make sure that our employees are trained frequent and often, and they are aware that cybersecurity is important and it is critical to all of us, not just the folks in the technology area. So we rolled that program out, and it's been several months now, and it is successful, and we see a high number of compliance with the program. The next we did from a project and accomplishment perspective, we rolled out Smart Gov Citizen Portal early in January. This allows our citizens and businesses to renew their licenses, pay for their licenses without having to come in and do a paper-based process. When you look at in the world after COVID, this is much needed. When you look at it from a city's perspective, a younger population, technology-savvy population, this is a much-needed capability that we should have in our environment, and we do now. Moving to the next item, which is Paymentus and digital wallet. This go hand in hand with SmartGov. We want to make sure that we are able to interact with our citizens and with our businesses the way they want to conduct business and interact with us. So digital wallet is another way of making sure that we are able to do that. Here, we're able to not only accept credit card, but we're able to accept PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, what have you, and have the capability to address all these changing needs in terms of conducting a business transaction. The next item is around cybersecurity, and this is improving our infrastructure from the perspective of networks. And what we have done here is there are layers of security that is required to operate an environment that we conduct our business in. And wide area network is the first piece of it. and it's a foundational piece. So what we have created, we enhance the redundancy of that wide area network. So both in case of planned downtime, unplanned downtime, whether it's malicious or merely technical glitch, we will be able to fail over and fail back. And it creates resilience and redundancy and allow us to operate in a safe environment. The next item that we accomplished here was, again, continuing the theme of digital economy, a digital city, a tech-forward city. We rolled out Bluebeam digital plan review. Now, it's not fully enabled in a sense that it will be fully integrated once the SmartGov project is complete, so you will see a seamless process. But today, we can receive a plan digitally and review it and respond back to it. Reduces the paper, reduces the manual process significantly, and it's going to further streamline as we roll forward with this SmartGov project. GIS is critical to any city of any size today, and we have several different initiatives that we are undertaking in terms of GIS and our use of GIS across the board, independently and with other applications and systems that we have in place. Here are a few examples, and they fall under innovation because this is something our team came up, developed it, showcased it to the leadership team here, leveraged that concept in other areas so we can see the repeatability and reuse and the effectiveness of the solution we developed. So this GIS dashboard was first developed for Glendale PD to show them on a 30-day rolling data to see where certain events were, how we responded, what was the time to response, how a SWAT car reached the destination, what path they took, all that detail seamlessly. 21 million data points were represented on a chart in an easy-to-use manner with our GIS dashboard. We took the same concept, applied it to sales tax. So now you can look at the geography, look at the businesses in that geography, do your analysis around that. We did the same thing with our library. So you can see the repeatable thing. So we created once and we reused it. And it was a good innovative idea in our environment, all done in-house with our capable resources. Then another example of innovation. So today, if you search market, there is no application commercially available that will allow us to do what we do as far as our sales tax is concerned, in terms of analyzing, in terms of what we collected, what was misapplied or not recognized somehow, where do we conduct audit, how do we do enforcement and compliance. This sales tax application allows us to do that. The data previously we were using was about 16%, under 20%. Today, with this application, we will use 100% of the data. We will be able to do the work that we were doing, which is taking us about 2 to 3 hours. Now we'll be able to do that within minutes, literally point and click, moving the business user away from command line interface to point click. That is the ease of use we are producing here. And this is all internally developed. This is the innovation. And not only for the city, but even outside commercially, not available. The last one I want to talk about is Origami Risk Management. Origami is a top-tier product in the market, best in class. We implemented this product for our end-to-end claims management for workers' comp. And it will definitely introduce a lot of efficiency, consistency, data reliability in our environment, which is essential when you're dealing with claims. So those are some of the accomplishments for this past year. Next, we move on to supplemental request, and here we are. So the first one is a request for QSA, Qualified Security Assessor. So city does credit card transaction in the range of about 6 million plus or minus, depending upon the year. And therefore, we are required by PCI DSS to follow a PCI compliance audit and report the compliance, file the compliance report with the PCI DSS Council. And so you need a QSA to come in and do that assessment and produce that report so that we stay compliant. So we're recommending that we bring in a QSA to perform that activity on an annual basis and produce that report for us. The next item is software maintenance. So the number here is related to the software cost that has gone up. We're adding few additional licenses around software. And these are mostly around annual maintenance related items for the software. The next one is conversion of desktop to laptops. And this is, again, in the spirit of making sure that we stand ready if there was another pandemic and we have to have Workforce Mobile. So we are moving away where possible from desktop to laptop. This accounts for about 169 desktop that will be converted to laptops. The next item in our supplemental request is cloud services. So today we use cloud in various different forms. The use of cloud allows us to be more nimble, more flexible. It allows elasticity in our environment so that we can address to the challenging needs and demands of technology. And the way to do that is to not be in a reactive mode. We want to use this cloud services request to identify workload and use cases that are conducive for cloud, test those out, and then gracefully move them to the cloud so that we reduce our footprint in our data center for servers and other equipment that we are managing. So that's the cloud services. The last item is a subscription of Gartner Advisory Service. Gartner is the #1 technology advisory and research firm in the world. They produce technology review, analysis, comparison, customer feedback around various different technologies. It is an important service to have as we evaluate different pieces of technology that we intend to introduce into our environment. Rather than us going and doing that in-depth analysis every time, this service will allow us to leverage those resources, use it to make our determination in terms of the most appropriate technology that we can use in our environment. So that's what this service is. Along with this, what they also provide is some industry benchmark in terms of how certain technologies are being used, how different organizations are using technology, where we fit in that scheme, we can see that. They also provide tools and templates of best practices that we can bring to bear and use in our environment. So those are some of the services that will be part of this.
Thank you, Mayor. Is that an annual subscription for the Gartner Advisory Services?
It is an annual subscription, yes.
Okay. And do they make software recommendations and that type of
Yes,
things too?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, follow-up question to Councilmember Tomachoff. Does Gardner accept advertisements from any of the products that they rate?
Not to my knowledge, no, they don't.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we're going to talk about the FTE request. So the first one here is Senior Systems Analyst. Today, we have in our team about 6 systems analysts. We support about 142 different applications. And these are the ones that I know about, my team knows about. We're no different than any other organization. I'm sure there are some shadow applications that we have not uncovered yet. We will eventually. But that means that one resource supports about 24 applications right now. So you can see we're stretching the limit in terms of capacity. So what we're requesting is introduce another systems analyst so that the number will drop down to about 20 applications per analyst. But it will allow us some capacity, some redundancy, and some room to efficiently support these applications as we are introducing more technology in our environment. The next one is GIS administrator. I talked earlier in terms of what we are doing with GIS, what we can do with GIS. There are a ton of capability available. Literally, you can create a digital twin of this city that will allow us to do various kind of analysis and planning as far as city is concerned. So in order to achieve that goal and create a center of excellence leveraging GIS, we need an administrator to organize and structure our work that we are doing around GIS and how we can leverage it. The last one is, the second last here is IT project manager. So today we have 3 project managers, 2 FTE, 1 contracted. If you look at industry data in terms of technology projects and how they should be allocated to different resources, a good practice recommendation is 1.5 project per project manager so that they can dedicate their time and efficiently do those, deliver those projects in a timely fashion. The 3 project managers we have, they all have about 4 projects per person right now. So we desperately need a project manager, and you'll see we have several projects that are planned for next year. So we need that capacity to be able to deliver these projects effectively. I talked about our service desk earlier, what our ratios were. We introduced a temporary service desk person in the middle of COVID, created a front desk where employees can come in, drop off their laptop, their equipment, collect their laptop. This person becomes the front line of our help desk, answer questions, triage them, solve those problems. So this is the temporary staffing. We have some capacity in the budget, and we're asking for $55K.
Up there, we have a question.
Sure.
I could have waited, but when you talk about project manager,
Yes.
what kinds of projects? Are they big projects, little projects, complicated, not so complicated?
I can provide you the details in terms of the projects that are upcoming.
I mean, when I hear things like, well, the industry standard is, that's great.
Yes.
But what the industry standard is may not apply to Glendale. I want to know, you know, rather than the industry standard, what Glendale needs and what it can get by without for the time being.
Okay. So we have, like any other organization of our size, any other city of our size, we have highly complex projects, and we have smaller projects that are simpler, that are single system project, don't require any integration, whereas other projects that require significant integration, careful planning, and requires time.
So give me an example of a significant project and an insignificant
Let's
project.
go through the chair, okay? Please.
I'm sorry, did I do something?
I was just saying, let's go through the chair, both of you, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes. Okay. My apologies, Mayor, Council Member. Let me just look through and I can give you some precise examples. So, Mayor, Council Member, the projects that we have planned for this coming year, and I'll point out the ones that are complex in nature versus relatively simple. We have a case management system that's coming in for our FMLA and employee relations. This would be a medium complexity project. Employee notification system, which would be fully implemented, would be a complex project. It's a large deployment. Data lake project, which is predominantly around data as far as cities concerned, involving all our systems and technologies. This would be a complex project. Mobile device management, again, enabling and protecting all our mobile devices. This is also a complex project. NeoGov, it is an existing technology. We're introducing the modules of performance and learn. This would be a medium complexity project. And one big one is a Vigilon project, which is our security camera system. This is a citywide project, and this I would consider is highly complex and large project. It involves a lot of network connectivity, planning, and scheduling and coordination, along with Motorola as they deploy their technology. The further complexity in this project is that it has dependency on some of the construction work that is going on, so the scheduling, planning around all those activities, so it has interdependency with other projects. So those are some of the examples just from this year.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. While we're on this page, I did have a question. Yeah, maybe I'm too far from it. The GIS administrator?
Yeah.
So I think that, do we have one in another department? Or I know we recently, it might be engineering. I don't know where that lives, but are these going to be basically collaborative, or how's that going to work?
So, Mayor, Council Member, what we are building here is a core GIS technical team within IT organization, and there will be GIS resources within each department. So they follow the same architectural structure, format, in terms of how we leverage the technology. So the administrator, I don't think there is a role currently in existence in any department. This is a new role, and this is somebody who will devise the overall strategy in terms of how our investment in GIS is utilized across the organization.
Okay, Mayor, if I could. And so probably, I guess what we have is an employee somewhere that did some GIS work for us then, is that, and that you're going to basically create a format to be used citywide wherever GIS can apply?
Mayor, Council Member, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand it.
Yes. So next, we're going to talk about the projects. I briefly touched on it. So the first project here is technology-enabled conference rooms. What that means, most of our technology now is dated as far as our conference rooms are concerned. The audio equipment, the screens, cameras, they were implemented before these collaboration technologies came into being, and the heavy use of those collaboration technologies. So what we are proposing here is that we would introduce this technology in select few conference rooms, test it out, and gradually in a non-disruptive manner roll it out across different facilities within the city to make sure that people are able to utilize this and then collaborate effectively. So this is a small footprint deployment for fewer conference rooms to start with. The next I talked about case management. This is for our risk department, employee relations, and FMLA. This is, again, leveraging top-tier Origami application using another module which addresses the case management need for HR. So that's our next one. After that, employee notification. This solution will allow us to notify our employees and other stakeholders for various events and emergencies. And we don't have current capability of this level available to us. And I think for a city of our size, this is an essential capability that we should have.
Mayor, question.
Yes.
It's with regard to notification system. Don't we have a current notification system? I know I get alerts on my phone and my tablet when, for example, there's a disruption to the system. So we have some kind of notification system. Is this to update and upgrade what we've already got, or what? Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor, Council Member, yes, we do have. Again, the system that currently exists is limited in capacity. It's not multi-channel, and this will allow us to have that multi-channel capability, and our reach and our access would be much broader and bigger compared to what we have today.
Mayor,
I don't know who just said
it's
that.
me. Sorry. I wanted to clarify something about that. So the notification system that we have now is primarily dependent upon email. So for example, how do we get a hold of people to tell them about something when the email system is down? So this type of technology is the type that they use. Other campuses, for example, Glendale Community College, ASU use it. Larger organizations, it's text-based for the most part, or multi-channel, as Mr. Murcia is saying, so that when one mechanism, such as email, is out, we can let people know. And this would be used across the organization. It's a very efficient way to get a hold of people, for example, to let them know that there's an accident, a road has been blocked, and their ingress and egress into City Hall may be impacted. Or we had a situation last year where we had a chiller go out, I think, on one of the floors of City Hall, and we have to have all those employees come to work, and then, you know, they're here, and we have to send them home. So this is a way to proactively get a hold of our employees and let them know, for example, if we had a shutdown for some reason, or if something changed. It's selective, so we can select a smaller group or the entire population, depending on what the type of notification is. And again, for an entity our size, and also with some of the large events that we have coming, it would be it's a very important and very useful system. I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Everything except for the one thing that I was hoping that you'd say that I didn't hear you say. Would Gripstick have that available to them, emergency management?
Yes, it would be deployed citywide, so any group within the city, we can create a group for that group. It can work for Gripstick. It can work citywide.
Okay,
That's
all right,
what it's
because
for.
I think that would be a big part of it, is having it available to Gripstick.
Yes. And the system or capability that we are looking at is the kind of systems and capability that FEMA uses it and other agencies use it, so. So the next project here is Data Lake project. This is essentially a data repository that will allow us to collect data from various different systems and be able to produce analytics and reports both for internal consumption and external consumption without encumbering the operational systems that are being used by users to conduct their day-to-day operation. This also allows us to put data governance structures around it from a technology perspective, so we can do these things in much more efficient manner beyond just doing it through a manual processes. And this project initially will look at few systems and bring in the data, and as we establish the infrastructure for this, we will gradually increase the use of it, bring in more data, create repositories for curated data, reference data, and all kinds of analytics, including machine learning and AI, as we move forward in our maturity. The next one is mobile device management. So this
Yep,
project is...
One second.
I had a question on the data lake, though, so.
Yes.
So because I'm not all that savvy about this, so bear with me. I mean, I know basically what a data lake, but it basically, how do you integrate that into the rest of what we have in the city? Is that what the idea of this is?
So, Mayor, Council Member, yes. So establishing a data lake involves talking to various different systems that exist in our environment where the data is being created. So whether it's Glendale One, whether it's Lucity, whether it is Munis, Tyler Munis, Simplicity, various different areas where data is being created. If you were to run advanced analytics on those systems, what it would do is it would put unnecessary strain on those systems that may impact performance. So what this allows us to do is bring that data in to this data lake, which is a repository, and then run your reports, run your advanced analytics, cross-reference different data from different sources to see if you can gain different types of insights out of it. So that's basically what it allows you to do. So for example, as far as collecting the data is concerned, this project will allow us to set up those connections, and then we can gradually bring in data from one source system and then grow as we mature in our maturity, bring in data from other source systems also.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand how it worked.
So the next project is mobile device management. So we have this technology in use today. We're expanding the use because we are introducing more mobile devices, and this will allow us to manage those devices effectively and monitor them as needed for performance and availability. The next one is NeoGov Perform and Learn. This is, again, existing technology. It will allow us to do performance management for our HR team. Also learning management, we talked about training and development. This will allow us to maintain a record of curriculum and training that each employee is required to or is planning to do that, so you can create those things effectively. The next two are resilience and disaster recovery assessment and cybersecurity assessment. They kind of go hand in hand. This is DHS's highest priority. Next year, it was highest priority last year also. We are part of critical infrastructure, and this is required. This helps us set up a DR plan. The security assessment allows us to gain an insight and understanding in terms of what exists in our environment as far as technology is concerned, and allow us to architect a solution accordingly. Yes, yes.
Next thing's questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think this question is more for senior management. It's my understanding that supplementals that come before this council are critical needs. And so, for instance, I would like to know how technology-enabled conference rooms are considered to be critical needs that need to be met essentially this year through a supplemental.
Mayor, if I may, members of the council, I did want to say one more thing about this really briefly, and it, I hope in part answers your question. But all of these projects were vetted through an internal group we call like an IT steering committee. It's a smaller group of the upper management to look at what projects that were proposed from various departments that we felt should be moving forward. This is this technology-enabled conference room is more or less of a pilot program. It is where an outside entity comes in, puts this technology within the conference room, and then they maintain it, so we don't have, well, this isn't working with this camera, we don't have the angle for this correctly, the phone system went down, we can't all see each other or hear each other, and different problems. They troubleshoot it, they maintain it, and so it's a pilot program to try that in a couple of conference rooms to see how people like it, how people can interact with it, especially with all of the changes to some of the remote working and people being in different places. It's a way to connect people together in those conference rooms without them all having to be in the conference room. So again, it's more or less of a pilot program to see how it works for us, and then in the future, if it's something that we think should be moving forward, we'd have a bigger discussion about, well, where does it belong and how many conference rooms and all of that kind of thing.
Thank you. Mayor, if I might continue. Would you consider it a critical need worthy of a supplemental?
Mayor, members of the council, if we didn't consider it to be a critical need, we wouldn't have proposed it onto this list.
So then mobile device management is also a critical need?
Mayor, members of the council, again, these are all of the requests that did come through the steering committee, and they were collectively deemed to be worthy of being critical and being proposed to the council. We are using more and more mobile devices in our workplace. That includes mobile devices of different kinds, both tablets, iPads, phones. Everyone, I think, we mentioned code earlier in the discussion, having tablets in their vehicles to do some of their work to be more efficient, so they're not having to come back to the office and upload and download and things like that. We have the Glendale One application, which has mobility, I guess is the right word for it. And so as we see this in the community and more applications and things going mobile, yes, that's a critical need for the organization.
Mayor, I would respectfully disagree, but I'll go on to another one. When you first brought NeoGov to us, was Perform and Learn two of the original modules that you represented to us that we absolutely had to have when we rolled out NeoGov?
Mayor, members of the council, I'm not certain that I can answer that because I wasn't here, I don't think, when we first rolled out NeoGov. What I can tell you is that Perform is for performance management for employees. So we still use a paper-based performance management system as opposed to an electronic-based. It allows you to do performance as an ongoing basis instead of just looking at a person's performance, once or twice a year. It allows both the employee and the supervisor or manager to enter information about performance on an ongoing basis, and is a key part of being able to identify for the organization those top performers that we were talking about earlier.
Thank you. Mayor, once again, I would disagree, but thank you for the information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to applaud the department. Your presentation today for me was very well presented. I saw the detail of thought and planning that went into preparing these thoughts for us today. Having some background in IT, I know what it takes to keep things running and what changes in technology require. And so I appreciated also your expertise and your background in bringing that to the city, because I see that as a very important factor for making these recommendations. Also, I recognize that I have yet I don't recall having had a discussion in this council where we went into as much recommended change or additions. And it's long overdue, in my opinion.
Yes.
As you stated in your early comments, the technology is changing, and you evaluated it since you've been here, and you basically stated, let me tell you what I think. And I appreciated that approach because it let me know that you really thoroughly went through this process and thought through it, and you're looking for the best interest of the city, what we really need. And, you know, things are changing rapidly. Technology continually changes every day, and we really need to make sure that we can provide the best service for our citizens. And so even though we have a lot of recommendations here, I can support all of them because I get a sense from you what you did to come up with these recommendations. It wasn't just, oh, I think we should do this or I think we should do that. No, you went through a very thoughtful process. I can tell from the way you presented it that you did that. So I appreciate that very much. We need to invest in technology in this city. I think this is long overdue. And I think we need to invest in all the recommendations that you have put forward here today and that we do it expeditiously. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the cybersecurity review assessment also an annual subscription? That's going to be an ongoing process?
It's, Mayor, Councilmember, thank you for your kind comments. And Councilmember, to answer your question, cybersecurity assessment is not a subscription, but it's an annual assessment that we need to perform. As Councilmember made a comment earlier, the technology changes every day. So when the technology changes, our threat landscape changes. The actors come up with new ideas of attacking us, breaching our defenses. So we need to be vigilant. They have to be right once. We have to be right all the time. And in order to do that, we have to make sure that we know what exists in our environment, what state that technology is in our environment, and then only we can architect solutions and defenses for it. So this is an annual activity that we should, on an ongoing basis, perform. But this is for this year.
If I could, so this is an internal, is it a risk assessment or?
This is not an internal. We will engage specialized IT services firm to come in and look at our technology ecosystem and make an assessment in terms of what we need to do, where we are, and how we should architect a security posture based on that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with Councilmember Molnar. It's money well spent. There was recently quite a few cities that with the Microsoft issue recently, and now NLC was sending out lots of emails.
Yes.
I know the city of Kingman, I think, is the only one in Arizona that I'm aware of anyway. But this is way less expensive than having your system breached. So we need to be on top of this, and I think it's money well spent. So and I haven't had a chance but welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, we have just one to go, community services.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I took off my mask today because I want you to see how excited I am when I talk to you about our Community Services Department. So thank you again for having me today. Community Services was selected as one of the detail budget departments this year, so you'll find that within your budget packet, you'll see all of the detail about all of our line items, and I would be happy to entertain questions once we get through this preliminary part of the recommendation, or the preliminary part of the presentation. I want to start out like several other departments to say, you know, I couldn't be here today without the support of my leadership team and community services. Not only have they onboarded a new director this year and taught me all things HUD and about their programs and services, but they have also leaned into some very significant operational changes that we've had to implement because of COVID, but also because we knew we needed to implement to deliver better service for our community. So community services, total budget is about $48 million. We have a 95.5 FTEs, and it encompasses 5 divisions. So all 4 library branches, community revitalization, that oversees our CDBG programs, Housing Authority, which runs 155 units of public housing in addition to our Housing Choice Voucher program, our Community Action Program, which has been the highlight this year as a result of COVID and the delivering of our crisis assistance programs, as well as community engagement, who manages and oversees our volunteer programs, but as well as has taken up some new initiatives this year as well, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So the City Manager's Office presentation earlier today talked a little bit about Tier 2 strategies and the balanced scorecard. And community services, you know, after I became the permanent director, we got to work right away actually on talking about our department strategy. One of the things when you're in the thick of operations is it's very easy to just get focused on the day-to-day, and there will never be enough time for strategy. So we actually started that process last fall and have done some work already. And here today you'll see the refined mission and vision for our department, which we've rolled out to the department as well. So our mission is that we create positive impacts for our community, and our vision is that we are the national model for innovative community services. Here's just the pie chart that shows the breakdown of our overall operating budget. You can see that about 77% of our budget goes to actual operations and about 21% to salaries. So there's 2 slides here of goals and objectives and performance measures. These are pretty standard. Some of these things we have to report to our regulatory oversight organizations such as HUD, et cetera. Obviously, a couple of key points. On this particular slide, this is the one that's focused around innovative solutions, optimizing processes and services, and then ultimately improving our community experience. Obviously, with COVID, it has impacted our library operations and our turnover rate on physical items. Obviously, we are very excited about reopening on April 19th, so we expect to see that come back as well. But we've also seen a pretty significant increase in digital programming, which we think will actually probably continue in that regard. The next slide really talks about some of the performance measures around our stakeholder engagement and improving communication, both internally and externally, but also improving our resource alignment. And so this encompasses things like our volunteer programs and our partnerships with external agencies. We expect that as we go through the process of developing a Tier 2 scorecard, that some of these measures will be either changed or enhanced, potentially replaced, as we start looking at other ways to measure what we're delivering to the community and that value over time. But what I'd really like to focus on today is our accomplishments this year. So it's incredible that a whole year has gone by in this role, and I am very humbled to serve in this position for our community. COVID has been very difficult for a lot of people, not only in our community but around the world. But I am very proud of our staff. So our Community Action Program has delivered over $9 million in emergency crisis assistance to a little over, those numbers are a little bit low now, but it's about 2,500 households. That's very significant when you look at the context of what we were dealing with. And when I talk about my budget supplementals in just a little bit, you'll understand why I'm making some of those requests. Additionally, we've received a significant amount of funding through HUD for community programs, and we've allocated about $14.5 million in CARES Act funding to 57 new activities. So it's been a very significant undertaking. I've been in front of you multiple times to get direction, and so I'm very proud of the work that the team has done. I think most importantly is that we, throughout this process, have really rethought how we're delivering these services. So specifically with our community action program as an example, we moved away from a very in-person focused service. You had to call in on a specific day of the week. We now have online services. You can access our applications 24/7. If you don't have the ability to apply online, we will do a telephone intake for you. So we've made a significant improvements, and it creates a continuous flow. So we're able to continue to accept new applications because we're continuing to receive new funding. Additionally, we've rolled out, we've completely re-envisioned our grant application process, which again, I've been in front of council with Mr. Hess discussing multiple times, and that has proven to be very successful, and it has enabled the city to strategically select partners and make those investments for the betterment of the community and to get those program dollars out into the community as quickly as possible. So we've implemented several new programs that are shown here on the slide as well, tenant-based rental assistance, our homeless master services agreement, and more. Additional accomplishments that we've had this year, so obviously our library was dramatically impacted, and I'm proud to report that because of the innovative model that they came up with their walkthrough services, that is something that we were the first out there to do that, and that was actually adopted by some other communities. They are very creative, and we're able to do that with existing resources, just moving some things around. We are moving forward again, like I said, with the reopening. We're excited about that, and you can expect to see some changes in the service delivery, which I'll share with the council in the next couple of weeks. And then in addition, it's also given us an opportunity to explore new programs. So our community engagement division has been working with an organization that runs what they call a care portal. So it's allowed us to connect with our faith-based organizations to help connect them with needs in the communities, done a couple of other things, but it's also allowed us to really kind of rethink what do we want that program to be and how do we want to enhance that moving into the future. So we've been very busy this year, but it's all been very exciting and very rewarding work. And again, I couldn't have done it without the team and the support that I have, not only from, the leadership team and community services, but every single person in the department, because they've all been touched in one way or another with addressing new initiatives or coming up with new ideas to deliver creative and innovative services.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, in your list of accomplishments, you say that over $9 million in emergency crisis assistance provided for almost 2,000 households, and then you said the figure might be more like 2,500. What does that come to per household? Because when I divide 2,500 into 9 million, it's an astronomical figure. So what do you estimate was provided on average to each of those 2,000 or 2,500 households?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, I would have to follow up and get you some more specific detailed information on that. One of the things that we look at is the amount of assistance that's provided to any particular individual household may not be the same as their neighbor, because it depends upon how far behind they were. So what we look at a lot is not just the individual households served, but we also look at the number of services. So as an example, if someone came in today and they were 6 months behind on rent, we would count those as 6 services so that we have a better understanding. So it's probably a better way to look at it per service, but I can follow up with you and get you some more information.
All right, because my math is not good, and I will be the first one to acknowledge that. It was either 35,000 per household or 350. No, you'll tell me what the real number is. 3,600, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, that answers my question. What's a zero here and a zero there?
Okay, thank you. So the primary discussion today, as far as my budget supplementals goes, is related to the CAP, the Community Action Program staffing model. So one of my very first observations when I became the interim director was really understanding the CAP processes and programs and the services that we delivered, how could we improve them because of COVID? But ultimately, what it led me to understand is that even under regular circumstances, with the amount of funding and the number of households they would touch on an annual basis and the amount of phone calls that they would field, that we likely did not have the right staffing model pre-COVID. So this is a staffing model that we currently have. This does not include temporary COVID staffing. We have added a significant number of staff members because of COVID, a total of 12, 2 that are on loan from other departments, and 10 temporary staff. But essentially, what you'll see here is that the general fund contribution to support the community action program currently is really only, it's very nominal. It's a couple $1,000s, but it includes 5 authorized FTEs, and then 1.5 temporary positions. But you can see what I have outlined there in red in those boxes. Those are our direct service delivery positions. So basically, these are the individual positions that are responsible for delivering the services directly. We have an administrator and then a management assistant that provide program operations and sort of the background. So what we looked to do was look across the department, not just within CAP, to identify were there any opportunities where we could realign our existing general fund resources to provide additional support for the Community Action Program Office. And so what you can see here, and it's reflected in the budget supplementals, is we are requesting a $30,000 general fund annual ongoing increase, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a couple other slides. And then a $166,000 transfer from the general fund library temporary pay line item, and then $31,000 transfer from revitalization general fund grant match line item. The reason we're able to do these things in terms of the transfers from the other divisions is because with the library operations, as an example, Mr. Beck and his team have really looked at the service delivery model within the libraries. And as you know, we opened the Heroes branch about 2 years ago, and the model for service delivery there is very different than the traditional library model, but it's proven to be very effective. And that model is utilizing public service assistants as your primary customer service agents. So they are there to greet library patrons when they come in, offer them directions, within the library. They can help them check out books and et cetera. And so it is actually providing a higher level of service. And so what we're looking at doing, and we've already repurposed one position last spring, the City Council approved a reclassification to take a vacant position and transition it to a volunteer coordinator. So that's the other piece. There's a lot of individuals and organizations out there in the community that enjoy volunteering at our libraries. The challenge that we had before having the volunteer coordinator position was that it was very decentralized. So each branch was responsible for recruiting, training, attracting their own volunteers. So by centralizing it and creating a comprehensive program and hiring a professional to do that, we have already seen significant success in our outreach to volunteer organizations that are looking for these types of opportunities, whether it's high school kids, senior organizations, benevolent groups, et cetera. And so we are expanding that volunteer program. It provides a couple of things for us. One, it helps us with an engagement opportunity within our community. It does help organizations who need to fulfill customer service hours or volunteer hours, but it also helps us provide better service to our patrons who are coming in. And so because of that, we do have the ability to reduce the paid temporary positions. They won't be completely eliminated, but we can significantly reduce them and repurpose those funds. Additionally, the community revitalization grant match, that is something that's been in the general fund as a general fund match for many, many years. But because of the home grant funds, we typically use subrecipients for those funds, and so we pass along that match requirement to those subrecipients, and that has not created any issues for us. So that funding just hasn't been fully leveraged over the last several years. So what we're proposing here with the new staffing model is essentially to fund the non-direct service delivery positions, which are critical functions because they help with our regulatory reporting and management of staff and the programs, but moving them to the general fund. And so you'll see that this would equate to, with those other two transfers, $230,000 in general fund, which is fairly commensurate with the other divisions that receive grant funds in the Community Services Department. Typically, you have the administrator and some supervisory staff funded out of the general fund. So this will provide a total of 8 authorized FTEs. We will still continue to utilize the temporary positions as needed. Those positions are obviously dependent upon the amount of administrative funding we get for our grants. But what this does is that all of our grant funding that we receive through the various grants contracts that we have will be for direct service delivery, which is really what they're intended for. So it can be for the vouchers, but also to pay for the staff, the actual salary of the staff to deliver those services.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, that's what I'm trying to remember. These federal grants all allow for administrative costs to be paid out of that federal grant, but there's a cap on the amount that may be used. And I forget, but I think it's a percentage. Could you first fill that information in for me?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, the percentage of admin sometimes varies depending on which funding source you're looking at. And we do, within the Community Action Program, a majority of our funding comes from DES, but within that funding, within that contract, there's multiple line items. It's roughly around 20% for most of our grants.
Mayor, if I might continue. Yes, I remembered it was something like that. Now, would this new staffing model bring you over that 20% cap?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, we built this new staffing model based on our pre-COVID normal grants that we have been receiving for several years. So no, the purpose is to ensure that we can sustain our programs and sustain the staff even without all of this additional funding that we're receiving.
If I could continue. So I would like to better understand the rationale why you would like to move the funding source away from the federally grant allocated programs that allow for administration to a certain level and move it into the general fund. You said to ensure sustainability and to allow more direct funding to go to people. I understand that, but this is a whole new philosophy that has never been adopted by the city before. We always relied upon the federal funding to cover these salaries. And you're talking about a lot of money, over $200,000 that you want the general fund to absorb when previously it was absorbed by federal funding. So can you explain to me the rationale for changing the philosophy?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, I apologize because I clearly did not state that eloquently. The staffing model allows us to fully leverage the administrative funding to add staff. Moving those two direct service delivery positions out of, basically what we're doing is we're saying instead of using our administrative federal funds to pay for 2 non-direct service delivery positions, we want to move those to the general fund so that we can pay for additional direct service delivery positions so that we can continue to expand our programs to provide case management services, because right now we're not able to do that with the existing resources. So essentially what you're seeing here in this recommendation is fully leveraging the maximum amount that we can on our administrative funding and adding additional staff. Without adding this, without doing this, I wouldn't be able to add the additional case management positions.
If I could continue. I understand partially, but I don't understand completely. By moving those two positions to the general fund in the amount of $230,139 for two positions, is that correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, what the $230,000 represents is the ability to add 2 program coordinators and 1 administrative service specialist. We will be taking the program administrator and the administrative support supervisor and moving their salaries into the general fund. So I will follow up with you and get you the exact amount of the salaries and the general fund contributions, but that's what we're transferring into the general fund in order to make these proposed staffing model changes. But it basically allows us to have 2 staffing positions paid out of the general fund, but add 3 direct service delivery positions.
Okay, if I could continue. Okay. I kind of understand what you're trying to do, but if you can't do it within the federal funding allocation so that it's supported by federal grant resources without shifting it over to the general fund in the amount of almost $250,000, I'm not supportive of this at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, Council, I did want to go back. Could you go back a slide, I think, Ms. Moreno? I just wanted to point out that notwithstanding all of the, details of it, the net impact here to the general fund is only the $30,000 in ongoing costs. Because we're taking some of the funding from the library and changing that business model as well as in the way that Ms. Moreno described, this change adds those people with a minimal impact on the general fund. It, as she says, leverages the most of the federal funding that we have available for those types of costs to have them best benefit directly to the community, and then the general fund was subsidizing or paying for part of those personnel costs. Many of these grants also have a matching requirement, so this is the way in which we can continue to match what we need, have a minimal impact on the general fund, and leverage, as Ms. Moreno has said, the maximum use of the federal grant dollars. So hopefully that maybe helps summarize what is occurring or what is being proposed. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, thank you. So you
Is it
want...
about the same exact thing?
Yeah, same.
Okay, 'cause I had a
Responding
question
to
about the
Vicky's.
same thing also.
Yes, I'm responding to Vicky's. So you want to transfer $166,000 from the general fund library temp pay to CAP general fund, is that correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, that's correct.
Okay. And this transfer, did it pay for the library volunteer coordinator?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, it did not. The library volunteer coordinator was a position that was reclassified last spring.
All right. Thank you. That clears that up. I still am not comfortable with what I'm hearing. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so it seems to me that if all this played out right, that actually it's actually a gain, not a $32,000 loss, but a gain. You said the New Heroes Library is a very efficient model, and it's actually saving labor, correct?
Mayor, that's correct.
So is there an intention or a plan on the other 3 remaining libraries to move to that same model?
Mayor, yes, that is correct. So you will actually see that as part of one of our budget supplemental requests that I'll get to on the later pages. We have a vacancy currently in the library, and we are proposing that we repurpose that into 3 half-time positions to transition to that model as well. So as we're seeing turnover within the libraries, this model has become very efficient. It is a cost saving to the city. You get a 1.5 FTEs out of an existing FTE. Now, it's not that we're changing everybody to that, but it is a model that we're pursuing.
Okay, well, yeah, and you're getting a little bit ahead of me. So is it safe to say that you believe that we could save per library, the three remaining $10,000, $11,000 per library in new savings that we realize because of what Heroes Park's doing per year?
Mayor, what I can tell you is that the savings of moving to, like, taking one FTE and transitioning it to 3 part-time positions is saving us significantly in benefits. They are benefited positions, but it still costs us less because they're half-time positions. And then I can also say that it's providing a higher level of customer service. As we continue to move and transition to this model, it's a fine balance, and I believe that Mike and his team definitely have a good handle on that. I will continue to monitor it. As far as the continued ongoing savings, we're going to continue to look at this model for customer service delivery and make sure that we hit that. We may end up asking for a reclassification of additional vacancies in the future to support that as well. One of the other things that I did want to add is what I'm proposing here as it relates to having positions for the Community Action Program funded out of general fund is not inconsistent with some other divisions within my department. As an example, Community Revitalization has 2 positions that are funded out of the general fund.
Okay, well, yeah, and hold on, because I still wasn't done with the other thing. So you're kind of getting ahead of me again. My point was if we can realize a savings of $10,000 on the remaining 3 libraries, it's a break even. I mean, it's a break even. I mean, to me, it seems like either break even or I think it could possibly be a net gain. And so I do support that. I think it's a good idea. Although it does sound a little confusing when you first say it, there's no doubt that it sounds like we're adding more, but in essence, it looks like it's going to be a savings and a benefit to our citizens. So with that, I just wanted to get that point out. Now go ahead and finish up your part.
Okay, so what I just proposed there is the realignment of the Community Action Program. Again, that's a $30,000 request annual ongoing to support those 3 additional FTEs in the Community Action Program. The balance of our requests relate to the additional grant funding that we have received. All of these are things that we've talked to the council about, but having them in our budget gives us the appropriation to spend them in the appropriate amounts instead of having to rely on appropriation from other areas. So you'll see the $2 million of CDBG, CV3 grant funds, and then CV1. The fiscal year 21-22 IT project that you see there at $290,000, that project was discussed with the council last May as a placeholder. We have been working with Faros and his team regarding selecting the right software for community revitalization with the hope that we can utilize the same platform to implement new software for a community action program, which is also in significant need. That is a big dollar amount. We don't expect that based on what we know today, we think that the project will come in lower than that. And if it does, we would, again, those are grant funds, so we would come back to the council to repurpose those if needed. And then down below, you'll see the U.S. Treasury, which again is something that we already have brought to the council, and this is just ensuring that we have the appropriation authority within our department. The same goes with those next 3 line items. And then the discussion about the cap and the repositioning there, those are those 3 positions that I referenced that we would be adding. So 2 program coordinator positions to serve as case management. Ultimately, case management is a critical function of any kind of a community action organization. The goal is to help people end the cycle of poverty, not just, provide assistance, critical assistance when they need it, but to help provide them and equip them with the tools that they need to hopefully, change their circumstances. And so that's the purpose of having those 2 positions so that we can implement comprehensive case management. And then finally, a new intake position. I've been in that CAP office. I understand the type of walk-in traffic that they deal with and the telephones. It's very difficult to man with one person. We've been heavily reliant upon Lizette and her team to help us with our phone intake right now, even with adding the additional temporary staff. So a minimum of 2 positions on intake is definitely critical. And so with that, I apologize. Emergency shelter grant, again, these are funds that the council has already seen, and we've allocated these funds. This just gives us the appropriation within our department. And with that, I would be happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you, Jean. I don't know what, honestly, I can say I don't know what we would have done without you. Literally, I mean, you were a godsend for residents of Glendale, and I know you have been drinking from the fire hose for an entire year, and I appreciate how hard you work, and I appreciate your commitment to our community, so thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. It's an honor.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Echo what Councilmember Tomachoff said. I feel a lot better, sleep better at night, knowing that you're leading that department and our residents have the benefit of your vision, your point of view on how to do things. And by vision, each of the departments today that have presented have had a mission statement. Your department went farther, and that's a vision to be the national model for innovative community services. And I admire anybody who leads from a point of wanting to be a national model, a model to others to be the best. And this makes me proud to know that we have some leaders on our team that lead from that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes,
Mayor?
Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, yeah, thank you so much for all you've done. I really appreciate you and your in the CAP office. You've shined there, you and your team. So thank you. Hey, question for you. Currently, the library hours are Monday through Saturday, correct? And there's no request to open it on Sundays. We're going to keep closed on Sundays. Is that correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Aldama, I actually am working right now with Mr. Beck on looking at those library hours, and I expect to get some information out to the council before we open to inform the council of some potential changes. I just have a couple of final tweaks that I need to look at in terms of the data. But what Mr. Beck and I and his team have done is we've looked at circulation across the branches, across the system, in the different days of the week to see if we could identify and understand what those migration patterns are. It's not unusual in the library system to where you see heavy use days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it drops off Thursday, Friday, and then picks up Saturday, Sunday. So I will have some information to share with the council regarding our opening, the hours that will be open effective on the 19th, but I still have a couple of tweaks that I need to look at.
Mayor, if I may, thank you for that. And taking consideration, because I'm not advocating to be open on Sunday, and here's the thing, not all libraries and the demographics around those libraries operate the same. I will tell you here by experience at Valmetig, we get a lot of transient traffic in the building. So I'm not sure, and I don't know at all because I don't have the data, but the data hopefully you have supports remaining closed for now for the health of our employees. But if the data shows a lot of people coming and going, I hope you would identify if they're actual, very sensitive here, not just individuals wanting to use the facility, but yet sitting down and using the library for its resources. Because if it's not, then we're going to open Sunday, and that could be a loss of revenue. And then the second question is, did we lose any employees during the pandemic that have not returned or will not be returning?
Mayor and Councilmember Aldama, so the only employees that we are not bringing back fully are the temporary staff at the libraries because of our ability to implement this new service delivery model with our existing part-time and full-time staff.
Okay, and then just again, consider the opening on Sundays if we have less temporary, and I too support the plan, but if we're not going to hire back those, and then I don't know if there's a proposal to open Sunday or not, I just don't see it the right thing to do here for Valmetig at this point, just based on what I've seen out there. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Jean, just because we butt heads, which we do from time to time, I think that you are a terrific administrator, very smart lady, very passionate no matter what project you undertake. And I do admire your work product and what you're doing. But just every once in a while, and I want you to know that it does not reflect on you personally or on your abilities as a leader and administrator. You do an excellent job.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark.
Don't see anything else. And my comment was very similar to, I think, what I said last year. I think when you were appointed that position, you actually smiled, and that, I found that amazing, knowing all the difficulties, all the challenges that are going on right now, and you seem to have done different than most. You've actually excelled. It seemed like the bigger the challenge for you, the better you do at it. So, good job. I'm really proud that you're in that position. With that, there being no further business before this council, we're adjourned.